Hello, hello. Scatters or Charlie arrives, whatever you feel like in chat right now. Welcome back to the weekly streams. Or not weekly streams. I don't know, whatever. We're back. Welcome, everybody. We are going to be... Now, dude, I'm a little tired still. The weekend has kind of messed up my sleep schedule. But other than that, I'm doing fine. Thank you for asking. How are you? I'm just trying to I don't know what I was trying to say. Anyways. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Wednesday stream. We're going to be recapping the weekend a little bit because, of course, the NAWCQ happened and it was quite fun. We were here to watch basically the entire thing except for like the last 2 rounds on Saturday night because it would have been until 5 a.m. or something. But yeah. Love the droll discussion video. Thank you. I'm glad you liked it. Euros is next week. Yes, Euros is in basically 10 days. Yeah, basically 10 days is the first day of Euros, which is exciting. I mean, I'm looking forward to it. I brought Vanquish Soul to locals yesterday. It was great fun. I'm very much looking forward to the deck. I think I'm gonna have a fun weekend no matter what. Because at the moment I am planning to play Vanquish Soul. I think it's good enough. I don't think it's the best deck, but that's okay for me because I love that deck so much. I feel like I would just regret not playing it. That's the last Worlds participants to be decided, right? I think so. Yeah, I think every other region has decided their Worlds participants already, and I think Euros or Europe is the last one to be decided. Yeah, I think so. Did you see Santoli's NAWCQ recap with Vanquish Soul in his list? I did see it. I did see it. I looked at it this morning. Yeah, no, it's like I've been doing that a lot over the last couple of days. I've been looking into like what has done well in Vanquish Soul and what hasn't. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little disappointed in the low representation of some of my favorite cards in the deck, which are Phantasme and Rescue Ace Impulse, because I just like drawing cards. I'm afraid I have to face the reality that those might not be optimal. Which is big sad, but I mean I have to do my own. I have to do more of my own testing as well. At some point, yeah. Speaking of, I guess what we can talk about real quick is the stream schedule for this week and this upcoming week, because of course the stream schedule always is a little different when there's a big event coming up, because I need some time to prepare. Gonna be live today, gonna be live tomorrow. And then I'm going to be live on Sunday, I believe, and on Monday. And then I'm going to be basically gone for Euros and then return the week after. So there's still going to be 4 more streams until Euros. So today, tomorrow, then we're going to do Sunday and Monday so that I have a couple of days off before Euros so I can focus on the tournament. So like next week, starting from Tuesday, basically, I'll be taking the days off just so I can focus on some testing and deck building last minute. But yeah. All right. That being said, let's focus on today's stream, where we're going to do a little bit of both. We're going to do a little bit of TCG, a little bit of Master Duel, because it's been a while since we've checked in with Master Duel. So I figured, why don't we do a little bit of a TCG recap, some TCG talk, some NAWCQ results, and then we hop into the new Master Duel event that started, I believe, yesterday. The U5 thingy. I saw someone ask in chat earlier, we're going to be doing the U5, not the Link Fusion, because I have already gotten the rewards from the Link Fusion thingy. I just played it on my phone, like off stream. We'll see. But yeah. Anyways, let's begin with a good old warm-up. U5 just screams Sprite. I mean, I haven't looked at the ban list for it. So maybe. Oh, I know this thing. This is something. It's a soldier. It's called Soldier. The Luminous Soldier, yeah. It's a very old card, yeah. It also feels very old. Cyberstein. Oh. There's a new wallpaper with your favorite Green Goblin. Is there? Dude, I'm gonna get that. Cyber Prima? Oh. Is this Evil Eye? It might be Evil Eye, which means I'm skipping it. I think it is Evil Eye. Oh, never mind. I was way off. Good thing I skipped. Oh, that's Cosmojo. Not Cosmo. Is it Cosmojo? Yeah. Ooh, I think that's an Earth Arctic, right? Like the bears. Those are Earth Arctics. Mick Billis. Oh, it was Mick Billis. Cool. I didn't expect to guess it on the first one. I was ready to go through a bunch of them. This is Lele, I think. Like strong fighter. No. Something fighter. Indomitable fighter Lele. Yeah. We had this problem already. It's one of the Ignis Heat True Draco Warrior. No. Ignis. Dude, why does Adignister exist? Why does Adignister make my life hard? Even when I'm trying to guess a Draco Slayer card. It's not this one either. Ignis Phoenix, the Draco Slayer. God damn it. Yeah. Yeah. Protron. No. Bitron. Yeah. Marksman. This is the Gemini thingy. Gemini Lancer? F-Zero. Ooh, is that a danger card? It might be a danger card. Danger something expedition. Expedition into danger. Okay. This might be Castle Walls. Yeah. Who are you? Does this feel familiar? I'm not sure. Steel Swarm? I think it's a spell trap. Infestation tool. Ah, yeah. Evil Swarm. Oh, Gem Knight, right? Isn't this a Gem Knight? Could be a Shadol. It feels like a Gem Knight. Seraphonite? Really? Did I really just not get the only Gem Knight that I had a realistic chance of getting? Besides Garnet. That was the one I could have. Oh, this is the train entrainment. This is Blizzard. This is Card of Demise. This is the this is the new Black Feather Dragon, I think, or Black Winged. Blackened, Black, Dark Rage, Black Feather Dark Rage Dragon. Okay, yeah. Oh, hey. Hog. Grass Clown. Not Grass Clown. It might be a ninja. I think it's one of the ninjas. Yeah, Twilight Ninja. Yeah, could have gotten that. It wasn't worth it because I was already zoomed in so much. Let's engage. Easy. No idea what that is. I think it's got astrograph on it, but it's probably a spell trap that random ass pendulum name. Magical Star Illusion. Doesn't even have pendulum in its name. I think it's World Legacy related or World Chalice, but I've never seen this. World Legacy secret. Okay, no wonder. I've never heard of it if it's secret. Okay, now they're just giving me a bunch of weird cards that I haven't seen before, which is bad because we were on decent pace. This feels somewhat. Oh, Swift, Birdman Joe. Naturia. Is there a strawberry? There's a strawberry. This is not strawberry. Maybe fruit fly. Okay. So wait, are you telling me it's Naturia fruit fly sitting on a strawberry? Is that Yazi? No. Haoti? Okay. Why does it have hands? The hands threw me off. Who are you? I've never seen this card in my life. It's another nouvelle? Can you stop giving me nouvelles? Blindly, is that Blindly Loyal Goblin? Is it? No, it's not Scopen. Lantern? No. Lampon. Morphtronic. Lantron. Yeah. Now we have it. Oh, yeah. Aim as the Infinity. Okay, that is a Samorg card. The field spell, I believe, is Elborz. Yeah, that's the name. Elborz, the Sacred Lands of Samorg. This feels familiar. Something cage. Iron cage. Lightning blade. This is also very old. This is a vanilla, I believe. I think it starts with a T. But... oh yeah, it is Dokuro Gaiban. I was like, I remember looking at this recently. What was the reason? I think it's because what is it? A fire fiend? Why was that relevant? I think Primite. That is that the new Drytron? The new Drytron DA Draconids? No. Drytron. Meteonis Draconids. Quadron. Yeah. Is that the new one? Who is this? Oh, Barrel Dragon, right? No? Gatling, right. The fusion. Is that Molten? Is it Molten Zombie? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, now we're getting the old stuff, which is good. That is the Moon Dragon. D time. Oh no, D time is the coffee or the tea, I guess. I never realized. Okay, yeah, never mind. Come on! Don't leave me hanging in the last minute. Give me something. What is this? Endymion's Lab. A cool artwork. The Penguin Mecha Phantom Beast. Mecha Phantom Beast. Erosguin. Yeah. This is Dark Magician stuff. Is it the Dark Magicians? Eben? Illusion. Oh. 4 seconds. I don't think I have enough time to type it. Is that a virtual world? It feels like a virtual world. Okay. 761. It's average. So you guys are going to say it's washed. Fair enough. Don't really have anything in my defense. It was just average. Alright, let's guess this one real quick. We're looking for an old, low, dark monster. Alright, DD Scout Plane Angle. Level 2. Not just effect. So could be Flip, could be Tuner, could be Synchro, maybe. Prebons? Okay. More than 1200 attack, less than 1500. So it's not Blizzard the Far North, because that's also 1200. Plague Spreader is too small. Level 2 Dark Tuner. I need to narrow down the year better. Dude, is there a... Blizzard has 12. Oh, Blizzard has... Really? Blizzard? 1300. Oh yeah, because you can't search Blizzard. Nah, okay. Dude, I almost eliminated the possibility of that. We would have been here forever. We would have been here forever. But yeah, of course, you can't search Blizzard when you summon Gale with Black Whirlwind. So yeah, it was, yeah, Blizzard's 13. Okay. That one was easy. If I remember its attack points. Okay. All right. You guys, welcome to the stream. Warm up out of the way. We are now hopping into a little bit of a weekend recap, current TCG format talk, I suppose. Because I did quite enjoy the watch party of the NAWCQ over the weekend, and I think it's worth talking about what it seems like the current state of the TCG, because of course they did not announce a ban list at the NAWCQ, which leaves us with this format for an unknown amount of time. We might be getting one at the EUWCQ, or we might not. We have no real idea, and we have no way of knowing. So I think it's worth talking about, because the weekend started with the NAWCQ Worlds Points playoffs, of course, and that looked like, actually, let me move over here so you guys can see the breakdown. The points playoffs, of course, is the tournament on the Friday of the NAWCQ, where the 16 best performing players of the entire season play for 2 spots at the World Championship. And I want to say, not super surprisingly, this tournament looked rather it looked rather bad for the new archetypes, let's say, right? Like for everything from Duelists Advance, you basically saw almost 0 cards from Duelists Advance in this tournament. It was just some Onomat Ryzeals. I believe the 3 Ryzeal decks in this top 16 were all Onomat Ryzeals. And then other than that, it just had a bunch of Mitsurugi variations. 7 Malice were represented, and 1 Memento, which I believe was Pack, who was already qualified for Worlds via Master Duel. So this tournament on the Friday, I think, made it look like the format didn't change much from the recent set release, which is of course Duelists Advance, but also Battles of Legends, the most recent side set, basically, which has. We're gonna see some impact of that set in the main event, interestingly enough. So yeah, that. Anyways, the playoffs was very much, I would say, standard, which honestly I think it makes sense when you have like the 16 best performing players of the season. Those players are obviously going to try their hardest to win, so they're going to play the decks that are perceived to be the best decks. Because this tournament actually doesn't give you that much info about if the new decks are any good, because they didn't really compete with these other decks. Right? It's just this tournament just shows you what the perception of these 16 players was. In regards to the current format. They did not trust the new decks enough. You know, they didn't trust you name it, Orchest, Gem Knight, Vanquish Soul, Sky Striker, Art Mage, whatever. Like all those decks, they didn't compete in this tournament because it was just these 16 players bringing these 16 decks, and so this was just basically a Mitsurugi versus Malice versus Ryzeal tournament. But very fitting, the 2 people that qualified for Worlds via this thing were Malice and Mitsurugi Ryzeal. The 2 big decks in the current format basically made it to Worlds via the points playoffs, which is interesting. because the main event, which is the big one I want to talk about here, the main event painted in some ways a similar picture, but in other ways a very, very different picture. Because of course, when we look at the top breakdown for the main event, the NAWCQ 2025, which had over 2,800 players, but I don't even know, that might be a it might be a record. I don't, but maybe it's not. I'm not sure. 2,800 seems very big to me. If you look at the top cut breakdown, of course, Malice and Mitsurugi are taking the by far biggest shares here of the pie chart, but there is a surprising amount of variety in the rest of the top 64, and that's mainly what I want to look at today. Because the current format, of course, Malice and Mitsurugi are going to be the best performing decks. I think it's worth mentioning that for Malice, of course, those 18 lists probably relatively close to each other. I mean, of course, there's going to be variations, but Malice, for the most part, is Malice. Whereas with Mitsurugi, the story is a little bit different. You know, Mitsurugi can be a bunch of different decks. You know, there's Mitsurugi Raziel, which even in itself can be two different decks, I feel like. Because Mitsurugi Raziel can be played as more like a pure or like a very heavy Raziel deck. You know, you see people play like Raziel Cross, Raziel Star, and so on and so forth, which very, very heavy focus on the Raziel cards. But you also see people playing a version of the deck where it's like a heavier focus on the Mitsurugi cards, and you're just using like a couple of Raziel cards just basically as additional starters and additional like ceiling for the Mitsurugi cards, because of course via King of the Pharaoh Imps you can also use an X Raziel as a starter for your Mitsurugi combos. And they play like still multiple ritual spells, Futsu, maybe multiple Murakumo and stuff like that, like a bigger Mitsurugi package in general. Then there's also just Mitsurugi Fiendsmith or pure Mitsurugi, which are also decks. So the Mitsurugi portion of the pie chart, it could likely be divided even further if you wanted to be really strict about it, you know? Yeah, so, but then after those two, because together they are taking a combined 36 out of the 64, which is just slightly above half of the metagame in Top Cut here being Malice or Mitsurugi variations. And the other half is like a super diverse mix of different things. And that's mainly what I want to look at today, because of course we've talked about Malice variations. We've talked about Mitsurugi decks for weeks and months now. So I don't think it's, I mean, of course there's going to be some interesting spice here and there in these deck lists, but the super interesting stuff for me is how did the new decks perform and which kind of rogue decks were able to compete in this format. Because I think you can say a lot about Malice or Mitsurugi Raziel. There's one thing that these decks don't really do, and that is they don't really gatekeep a lot of other decks out of the format. There's no decks, or only very few decks, that are just like straight up unplayable because these decks are in the format. It's not like I don't know, the way I like to think about it is like it's not like a Kashtira or Ricehard kind of card is in the format right now, which basically makes it so that like every deck that relies on the graveyard is inherently at a huge disadvantage, because they basically need to draw the out to a Ricehard, or otherwise there's no way they can win. There's no real card like that in Malice or Mitsurugi. I think the closest that you can get to this sort of situation is the fact that the relevance of Mitsurugi Raziel makes it so that a lot of people are playing Droll and Lockbird, and Droll and Lockbird is a card that is maybe gatekeeping some of these decks. But then still, you see a lot of decks here in Top Cut that are kind of weak to Droll and Lockbird. You know, we see White Forest, we see Mermails, we see I'm sure Punk also doesn't appreciate to get Droll, but maybe it's fine now with the new Rising scale. But there's a couple of decks that don't appreciate Droll that are still topping, including Mitsurugi Raziel. But yeah, anyways, the format is pretty wide in terms of the other options that you can play, because Malice and Mitsurugi Raziel are the best decks, but they are not like gatekeeping other decks out of the format, which I think is probably a good thing for the best decks in the format, right? It's like they are stronger than other decks, so I would like to see them hit on a ban list slightly, but they are not like actively forcing you to play these decks if you don't want to, because arguably you can definitely top with other decks. So let's look into these other decks that were able to top. And of course, we are going to take a closer look at the 2 decks that are very new and also very surprising at the top here with Orchest and Gem Knight in a second. But first, let's talk about the numbers that some of these other decks were able to put up. Vanquish Soul was the 3rd biggest deck in Top Cut, which I personally love to see because I love this deck. I think it's very fun, both to play and watch. So I was very happy to see how Vanquish Soul was able to do in this tournament. Vanquish Soul is still a deck that, for the current format, I think it's gonna. I mean, it's not fully figured out yet. I took a little bit of a look at some of these deck lists already, and it was like they were very much all over the place in terms of the non-engine, basically. I mean, everyone knows what engine you're supposed to play in Ryzeal, but like everyone is basically all over the place with the kind of non-engine that they play in this deck. So I think it's an interesting deck to figure out. However, it is also worth noting that at the end of this month, we are going to see a huge shakeup in this format, no matter what. If there's a ban list or not, actually doesn't even matter in that regard, because Justice Hunters is a set that is going to be coming out at the end of July. So just or start of August, I don't know the exact date, but it's like 2 or 3 weeks from now. So that is going to be a pretty big shakeup because it's going to throw very, very strong decks into the format in the form of course, Yummy, Draco Tail, and K9. K9 arguably not only being its own deck, but also just like a completely new hand trap package, basically, that's going to shape up the metagame significantly, also paired with Ryzeal. So that's going to be interesting no matter what. But for now, this brief period of time before Justice Hunters, normally I think this wouldn't be that big of a deal if we just had like maybe a YCS or like a couple of regionals. But it is, in fact, one of the most important months in the TCG year or season is this July, where you have like the Worlds qualifying tournaments are all taking place in this format before Justice Hunters, which is why it's still so important and so interesting to look at. So Vanquish Soul was doing pretty well. Orchest is, interestingly enough, the next biggest deck in top 64 with 4 representatives in top 64, and of course also being the deck that took down the entire event. Followed by, what even is this? Gem Knights. Yeah, Gem Knights. Orchest and Gem Knights are decks number 4 and 5, alongside Ryzeal, which, of course, there's more than 3 Ryzeal decks in Top Cut. Some of the Mitsurugi decks are playing Ryzeals, but these are more like the Onomat Ryzeals, or maybe there was a Heraldic Ryzeal as well. I'm not sure exactly how these divided. We could probably find out. Let me count the Ryzeals. We have an Onomat Ryzeal here. In top 64, we have another Onomat Ryzeal here in top 32, and then it was Mario D'Amico in top 8 with another Onomat. So there was no Heraldic, which is kind of what I anticipated. I said in previous weeks, Onomat Ryzeal just feels like a better version of Heraldic Ryzeal in a lot of ways. So it's been performing better than Heraldic Ryzeal here. And then after this, we just basically have an entire, a bunch of decks that have made Top Cut as either a 1 of or a 2 of. For the most of these, I think it is about the numbers you would expect. Like you see 2 Blue Eyes, a White Forest, an Evil Twin, a Punk deck, 2 Mermail, 2 Memento, a Goblin Biker. Those are like numbers you expect, except for Goblin Biker, maybe. I want to take a look at the Goblin Biker list in a second. The one deck I feel like that has been underperforming, not only at this tournament, but also at the Oceanics a while ago, is Lunalight. Lunalight is an interesting phenomenon because it has basically, it's scaring everybody, right? Lunalight is scaring everybody. Everyone is considering in deck building right now, do I have an answer to these towers potentially? Should I be scared of Lunalight? Should I prepare my, how much should I prepare my deck for this this 1 out of 20 plus playable rogue decks, it seems like, at the moment. And it's like, for how many people are scared at the moment, I find it quite interesting how little like people actually play Lunalight, if that makes sense, right? Like you see a lot of people talking about Lunalight and kind of respecting it, but then no one actually does the thing and plays it for an event. And I think it's an interesting thing that's happening where if you play Lunalight yourself, the thing is you basically are hoping that let's say you're playing a 12-round tournament and you play Lunalight. It's about like all 12 of your opponents. It really depends on how well they're prepared, right? Like when just 4 out of your 12 opponents, which is like a third, if every third of your opponents is well prepared for Lunalight, then you just you just have a very, very hard time, right? And that's even disregarding the other lose conditions that a deck naturally has, you know, like bricking, like just being hand trapped normally, you know, there's like, those are just normal things to lose to that any deck can lose to. I mean, some decks are weaker to it than others, but like Lunalight seems like a deck that, you know, sometimes you get impermed on Gold Leo and you pass, or sometimes you just don't have a 1-card combo starter and you pass, or sometimes they have other combinations of hand traps like Ash and Bestial or whatever, and then you might pass to that, or, you know, there's a couple of lose conditions the deck has. Plus, if you ever decide to like pull through a Fuvalos because you're like, oh, I'm going to put up 2 towers, there's no way they're prepared. And then they are prepared because some people will be prepared for that. You have a tough time. Like, for example, I think we saw Lunalight on feature match at the NAWCQ just lose to a Regenesis deck because they had Lava Golem in their deck, you know, which is just like a random thing that people are doing in Regenesis to respect Lunalight a little bit more, and all of a sudden, a matchup that might otherwise be unlosable if they don't have an out to your towers, all of a sudden they give you a Lava Golem and it's over, right? So Lunalight is an interesting phenomenon for this format, I think, where I 100% understand why people are scared to play it, but I also 100% understand why people are scared to play against it, which puts it in this weird limbo between, if you ever have the feeling that people are disrespecting Lunalight too much, then you could show up to a tournament and then play Lunalight, but you gotta have a good feeling for that, right? You gotta have a good understanding and be able to make a good prediction, because if your prediction goes wrong, you're gonna have a terrible time in the tournament, right? So that's Lunalight. One deck that unfortunately did not make top 64 that I was really rooting for was Sky Striker, and I think unfortunately, even as a Sky Striker enjoyer, I don't think we can put this one on people just didn't play it, because I'm very certain there was a decent amount of people trying their luck with Sky Strikers, because it's just one of those fan favorite decks, right? Like it's got a lot of people that like it. So, and we did see it on stream as well. So I think people played it at this tournament. It's just not something that was able to perform, unfortunately. You know, I think Sky Striker is a fine deck, but like if people are able to top with decks like with all these different kinds of decks, you know, like White Forest, Evil Twin Punk, Lunalight, Memento, Goblin Biker, if all these decks are able to sneak 1 or 2 into top cut, and Sky Striker can't, even though I'm pretty sure there were more people playing Sky Striker than people playing Goblin Bikers at this tournament, I would bet that. Maybe even more Sky Striker than White Forest, to be honest, or Evil Twins, or Punk. If we can't even get 1 into the top 64, it might just be a sign that the deck is just a little bit underwhelming in terms of power level, which is how I felt about it too, unfortunately. Yeah. Is Sky Striker Tenpai a thing in the TCG? Not really. No. It also is basically a completely different deck. So no, it's not really a thing. No. But yeah, Sky Striker underperformed. But okay, let's talk about the decks that performed really well. And those are 2 decks out of Battles of Legends. And I gotta say, I was wrong when it came to Battles of Legends. I said the Battles of Legends like delay in Europe wasn't that big of a deal because the set is not that impactful. and all of a sudden the NAWCQ happens, and Orchist and Gem Knight are like two of the top performing decks of the tournament. There was a Gem Knight that qualified for Worlds. We're gonna take a look at the profile in a second. And there was an Orchist Fiendsmith that won the entire thing and obviously also qualified for Worlds. So that is kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I expected Orchist to do decently well, you know, maybe get a couple in Top Cut, but win the entire thing is very impressive. As well as Gem Knight, which is a deck that I didn't even have on my radar. In my defense with Gem Knight, I just haven't really looked into it because it is not out for the EU WCQ, right? We can't play the deck because the set has been delayed. And so I basically stopped looking into Battles of Legend because I was trying to use my time efficiently and not look at decks that are not even going to be legal for Euros. But I am interested to see how this deck works now with how they've been able to perform. And I want to give some spotlight, of course, to someone who's able to perform so well with Gem Knight. So let's take a look at Gem Knight and Orchist. And for these ones, I actually want to watch the deck profile instead of just looking at the list because I am interested in these players' explanations of what this deck is supposed to do. So let me see. Get this deck profile in here.
Brutal here at the 2025 NAWCQ with, whoa, third place himself. Please introduce to the world, man.
Isaiah, shout out, and I played Gem Knights for the event.
Why Gem Knights, man?
My friend told me to like read the cards of the event like a couple weeks before because I don't want to play any of the mainstream decks, and these cards just seemed like really like high quality for all the cards. And one of the dudes, there was a regional top for going second, and I saw it and I was really interested, so I kept playing it and I took it to Nats.
Okay, that's what's up. Any shout outs before we begin?
Austin Ober for telling me to read these cards. Shout out all the boys back at Idaho. All the boys here still with me?
Yes, sir.
This is something I noticed during the coverage over the course of the weekend as well, where a lot of these players that were doing well with the rogue decks, when they were asked in the interviews, like, hey, why are you playing this deck? They were all just like, I don't know, vibes, you know, read the cards like a week ago, thought they were cool, built the deck and went with it. I feel like that is I think Willie, the player that won with Orcus, said something like along those lines as well. He's just like, yeah, Orcus is not that great, but I think it's cool.
Sweet. Without further ado, please show us the third place.
Is it still FTK Turbo? No. So that's the interesting part with Gem Knights. It is no longer. It's funny because Gem Knight has done a full 360 basically, and completely turned everything on its head. Instead of being an FTK deck, which is some of the most, like, of course, stupid going first stuff you can do, it is now a blind second OTK deck, which is it's kind of funny how it's just made that switch. 180, yeah, okay, nerd.
It's good.
All right, so I played a lot of cards for going second because we're blinding. It was 8 charms in the main, and this is the only hand traps I played. Just kind of like put them on a half board and then just kill them. And then for the actual Gem Knight cards, 3 Nephrim. This is just Stratos that gives you double normals.
It's more than Stratos. I even know that because I read it when they had a feature match. Like, this even summons itself from the graveyard, right? When it's sent there from hand or field or from hand or deck or something. So it's like, yeah, it's Stratos that summons itself from the graveyard and gives you an extra normal summon, which is pretty crazy.
2 Armadillo. This is also just Stratos for any Gem Knight. 2 Holocore. It's kind of like circular. It's send, summon it, and it's a negate in the graveyard.
Don't say it like that.
3 Quartz. It sets Brilliant Fusion or the new one, Scatter Fusion from Pope.
Scatter.
And these are the only Gem Knight. It's only 10 Gem Knight monsters. I played nothing else.
So I'm gonna ask because I am an old school Gem Knight player. What made you choose only those Gem Knights?
This is the new ones. They're like all like modern. Like the one that's old is Armadillo, but that's because it adds any gem night. All the ones like don't do anything.
Have you considered?
It's funny because you can tell the one filming says like they're an old school Gem Knight player, and he's just like, I just read these cards a week ago. I mean, what do you want from me? I don't even know the old cards. It's like when someone has picked up the modern version of Blue Eyes a week ago, and someone is telling them why are you not playing Jet Dragon, and they're like, I don't even know what that card does. What do you want from me, Unk?
The Primate engine?
No.
Are you playing the Brilliant Rose or the Rose monsters?
I'll show you later. There's a lot.
All right.
And then some engine requirements. I played Protoss and Flag for going first because like later on people kept making me go first, and like this was at least some game plan going first. And then some other engine requirements are just these for later in here.
I mean, yeah, it's unfortunately, it seems like this deck is able to make a rank 4 to search, to make Banshee, to search Flag, to make Protoss. And it also seems like the deck is also capable of making Paradise Smasher. And so the deck is capable of doing something when it's sent first, which is obviously cringe. And the next ban list needs to fix Protoss for sure. Shadol's base, though, I really like the inclusion of Shadol Fusion in this deck. Hasn't actually resolved on stream when they drew it, but it still was pretty cool because in one game, the Shadol Fusion just outed the detonator because they activated it and the opponent was like, okay, I'm gonna pop my own detonator. It's gone now.
Some people don't know what this does. You just target a monster on field, and now they play can activate that monster's effect while it's on the field. So you're like, Shadol Fusion, send this, target cross, and then send this off construct and target detonator. So that's it.
Break the entire board.
Something important to note, that also freezes the Luna Liger.
Yep. And then all the cards that like fusion summon in the deck. So you have Brilliant Fusion, Scatter Fusion, Shadol Fusion.
Oh, Scatter Fusion is a one of. Okay.
It's all the fuse from deck cards. These are all the like.
Why does it have 4 different fuse from deck cards?
Broken cards. This one is just like you'll have like 9 cards people want to ash, and this is the 4th, like 12. So they have a bunch of cards people want to ash, and they don't have enough. Like you don't have ash impulse, you still have too many. And then like generic going second good cards is 2 Salesman. It's good in the Liger too. You can call Liger once you get rid of the Silverhound negate. 2 Lightning Storm and Gusturge, clearing back row, good in most things. Probably the best going second card in my deck. This card carried me so bad. This card is so good this weekend. And then 1 Thrust. I didn't want to like lose the draw too badly, which is 1. And then 1 Talent, obviously. And then the brick.
I do have to ask, because Gem Knight Dispersion has 2 effects. Have you drawn double Dispersion and used both effects on the same turn?
Oh, every game I do that. It's impossible not to.
Wasn't made that count, man.
41.
Nice, respect.
Right.
Alright, and now for all these fusion monsters. So, start with the old ones. We got Aquamarine, Prismara, the OG, Ruby, Topaz, Master Diamond, and Lady Brilliant. These are all the old ones people played.
I don't know what any of this means, except for Seraphonite.
These are a lot of these are like have really weird effects. Like this pierces, which matters in a game's attack. So like in the pure Mitsu and like other Mitsu's, they'll stuff like a Kusanagi with no defense, and you just like pierce them for like 5,000 damage and kill them.
Jeez.
And this one is like, this is the one you copy the most with Master Diamond. So it gives it 2 attacks and it burns them equal to the damage it kills. So just attack them twice and like burn them for like 5k.
Double wingman, basically.
So it's just basically, is the way this deck OTKs by just summoning a bunch of the Gem Knight fusions and attacking, and you basically get to choose, depending on how your opponent's board looks, you can choose different ones to like summon and copy. Because like, let's say they have a bunch of stuff in defense mode, you have the option to go piercing. If they have like some monsters with decently high attack, you can make the one that like you attack and then burn them for the attack points. That kind of, is it like that kind of vibe where you just like piece together an OTK depending on how your opponent's board looks like? Or you can like, maybe you can, if something is too big, you can pop it with Prismora. Okay.
The other one's like summons anything from extra deck, copies, double normal, everyone knows this. Bounce a card on field, and then pop a card on face a card.
Okay, bounce a card, pop a card. So they have removal for the stuff that's too big, and then for everything that isn't that big, you either attack it and burn them for it, or if it's in defense mode, you pierce over it. Okay.
These are all like the rid ones.
Okay.
And then the new ones are Gem Knight, Lady Rose Diamond, and Dispersion. This is just Detonator, but only on your turn. Every time your opponent activates a card, banish a Gem Knight, target card, pop it. Not once per turn, not once per chain. There's so many people like they would do a card in response. I'd be like chain. They like do something else, chain. And they're like it's almost per turn. Happened all weekend. People didn't know. And this is just summons any 3 from extra deck, ignoring summoning condition.
This guy is crazy. This is just like, what is it? Tribute itself to summon 3 from extra deck? Nah.
This card has killed everyone today. Yeah. And the other card is Construct. Just for the shit off fusion. Send Nephrim, it's engine. It's nice. Send Dragon. Banshee, Protoss. 2 Phantom Courts. This is like a great link. It's on summon, search anything, pay 1,000, and then fusion summon any Gem Knight by shuffling monsters from your grave and banish. So it lets you kind of play under Shifter too. This shows the banish zone. And you play 2 because like occasionally one will get an idiot and you'll just link it off into another one. Just fusion summon.
Yeah, that card's also very good.
And then Donner, this is just the Bagoo Scout.
Why do they keep printing cards that pop not once per chain? I mean, I don't have the biggest issue with that kind of card. Like I think a not once per turn pop is not that big of a problem. I guess you could make it once per chain. Yeah, I guess I agree with that.
That was a card that I was struggling with for a while. And the last one is Dogurad.
Who the hell is Dogurad? This feels rather recent. I feel like I've seen this not so long ago. Dogurad, the Stone Trooper, is from Alliance Insight. Yeah, it is not that old. 2+ monsters, including a rock monster. It's a link 3. If this card is special summoned, target a rock in your grave. This card gains attack equal to that monster's attack during your opponent's main phase. Target one of the monsters on the field that's attacking this card. Okay.
Yeah, if it's link summoned, you target a rock engrave and it gains attack equal to the link monster, equal to its attack. And then quick effect on your opponent's turn, you can reduce its attack by one of their monster attack. If it does, it destroys it. So it kills things weaker than it. So it's a nice another going first plan you can kind of work with. It also gets really big because of how big the Gem Knight fusions are. That's 15. And then side deck.
So it's basically just a big link 3 that is a quick effect pop during the opponent's turn. Doesn't seem that crazy, but it's probably just like a plan B.
Malice was a matchup I was kind of worried about because like White Bind and them were really good in this deck. So it was 3 Lancia in the side, 2 Chaos Hunter and Meows. The matchup was really hard. Also, this was like decent into like playing against Murmel. I put this in. He was trying to like bury Statue Lock and he just stopped it. Like Minstrel. Come up.
Question. Did people say that Lancia against you?
Some people did. The most common one was DD Crow.
Is Lancia good against this deck? Because it stops the Hollow Core negate. It stops them from adding back Gem Knight fusion. But other than that, it doesn't seem that good. I guess it's really good if you can pair it with Nibiru, right? Like because if you have Nibiru plus Lancia, they just can't negate your Nib. That seems decent, right? Because I think the only negate for a Nib that they have is the Hollow Core. So that's like fine, I guess, right? So if you're playing Nibiru in your deck, you could consider siding Lancia. You know, it's not the worst.
After that, it was just 3 draw. I was afraid of getting Protoss. I wanted something to draw into off of Charmies that would stop me from getting Protoss. And then these ones, I played 5 Kaijus.
Oh, wow.
Kaijus?
So there was a couple reasons. Vanquish Soul I thought would be kind of popular, and this is decent with it. The other one was like Lunalight was in testing the hardest matchup.
Okay, fair enough.
And this is like clears most of the board because you give them 1, and then the fusion monster next deck when it's sent to grave. It targets a card on field and returns it to the hand. So you bounce back your own kaiju and then give it back to them out to both lighters.
That's neat.
Oh, very nice.
That's neat.
And like some people, and the other one was Castel and Featherstorm. People were like, just not shotgun it. And you just give this and then before they can do it.
Oh, geez.
That feels bad.
And the last card was mainly for Vanquish Soul. If I went first, it was Babushka. It's just, if I went first, I would decide this in like some games. It won me a couple games against Vanquish Soul, but that was just the game plan going first. Goose.
Okay, I mean, I set this on stream already. I don't actually. I feel like whenever a deck like this one pops up in the metagame, the community is a little divided by it because some people just think like the like going second OTK stuff is like inherently not very fun, which is, I guess, a fine opinion to have. I think that's fair enough, but I think generally I am fine with the existence of a deck like this one because from watching it, even though it seemed very strong, it seemed way more interactive than Tenpai. Is how my first impression of it. It's still like, of course, there needs to be some level of powerful or some level of broken or some level of you don't have just one choke point when you're trying to make a going second deck work, right? Like a going second deck with one clear choke point is never going to work because your opponent is always going to have some disruption for that one choke point. So like it has to have like ways to play around choke points. It has to have some very powerful cards for going second. But this deck just felt like a way more reasonable version of Tenpai, mostly because I feel like this deck does something that, or does not do something that Tenpai did that made it super obnoxious, which was the fact that I feel like most of the non-engine cards that people play, except for Charmies, of course, they do something against this deck, right? Like whether it's an Effect Veiler or Imperm or Ash Blossom or Ghost Ogre or even Nibiru, they need to hold the negate for it. If they use the negate on something else, you can still nib them later. So like all those cards are solid against it. Whereas like, or like even like graveyard interactions like DD Crow and something, like if you have enough of those cards, you can always do something against the deck, paired with whatever your deck already does. And in like in Tenpai, I feel like the difference was just most of the cards your opponent was playing were not doing anything unless they drew a very specific card. Like for example, Ghost Ogre against Tenpai usually did nothing unless they opened the field spell. Or Effect Veiler, there's like half of their starters don't care about Effect Veiler, and so on and so forth. It was always like a Nib was always completely dead. DD Crow was never good enough on its own. And so on and so forth, right? And so that was always, it was super frustrating. Like you open like Nibiru, Effect Veiler, Ghost Ogre or something, you still lose to one Kaiman, you know? And I just don't think this deck has this kind of level of toxic to it, you know what I mean? Like if your opponent opens 3 hand traps, you're gonna have to play through those three hand traps. You're gonna have to maneuver that because I don't think there is cards that just ignore it completely. Unless, I mean, of course, yeah, if your opponent draws like the completely wrong ones, like, I don't know, 3 Effect Veilers, and you have like a Brilliant Fusion, a Shaddoll Fusion, and whatever, like, you're probably cooking them. But like, there's no card that basically doesn't matter against this deck. And I think that makes it healthier. Also, it seemed a lot more complicated to play. Which I think is an important factor with a deck like this, because that just means it is more skill rewarding for both players, you know, because against Tenpai, for both of the players, it wasn't really like, you know, the Tenpai player just did their thing, and for you playing against Tenpai, it also wasn't like, it wasn't giving you that much thingies. It's not complicated. Look, I'm not saying it's complicated. I'm saying it's more complicated than Tenpai, which I feel like is an argument that you can't win right now. I don't know what you are. I don't know what you are trying to say right now. But yeah, cool. I think it's cool that a deck like that exists. Definitely gonna have to look into it once the set comes out in Europe. But for now, unfortunately for us, it doesn't matter. All right, and then we of course have the big one, the winner of the entire event, which I also want to take a quick look at, which is Orchest Fiendsmith. Not even including Mitsurugi, which I feel like was the most hyped version of Orchest in advance to this tournament. I think Orchest Mitsurugi was a deck that a lot of people anticipated. Fiendsmith Orchest, not so much, but it was able to win the entire thing. Yeah, let's just hear it from Willie.
What's going on, everybody? Solo Games here with World Qualifier North American 2025 champion Wilfredo Flores. Here with everybody here. The same chance you are hearing on stream, we are all here for our hero, the boy himself, the GOAT, everyone's GOAT now. Congrats, man. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I wish I wasn't sick, but I guess it worked out to my favor.
Yeah.
Michael Jordan flu game, baby.
Yeah.
So, what'd you finish in Swiss?
I finished X2 in Swiss.
Okay. So
10-2 in Swiss, and then all the wins in top 64. That makes it an overall record of 16-2, which is very impressive. And look, I've seen some people talking about this in like from the angle of, oh, he just won the finals because the opponent misplayed. Which, first of all, if your opponent misplays, you still deserve to win. Like you were the better player in that one match because your opponent did something wrong. And also, even if you would have lost the finals, if Aditya played correctly, it would have still been an insane achievement to go all the way to the finals, qualify for Worlds, and all that with Orchest Fiendsmith. So like, yeah, he won game 3 because the opponent messed up, but that's part of the game, and still definitely deserved the win because of it. And I think it's crazy to try and take away from this victory by saying like, oh yeah, just won because of misplay. Like, because definitely wasn't in the finals just because everyone else was misplaying. Like, they definitely had to have done a lot of things right as well to get to that point in the first place. So it's crazy. Also, I can make it louder. The only problem is everyone else is super loud and they're super quiet. So we'll see how it works out.
give me a quick tidbit. How you feeling like after all of this, man? You have this wonderful trophy and the legendary signature on the camera
Yeah, dude, he kept the lens.
itself, man.
Dude, let him keep the lens. That's
I'm
goated.
super happy right now. I can't believe this is actually true. And, by the way, guys, Konami told me to do that.
Dude.
So you guys know.
Oh.
Yeah, I didn't take a pen out of my hair. So, just like let you guys know. So.
All right, so let me just quickly go. So you got trophy, the signature camera. This is the full set of Duelist and this is Allied Insight. You get a full set. This has every card in it. It's basically a master set.
Right.
All the QCRs, every card in there. Same thing with this one. Suda. Okay. You got a Steam Deck. You got a whole bunch of packs. Now you got the weren't you supposed to tell us about new pricing? All right, we'll worry about that later. But you did get the card trooper, this beautiful card trooper. You got double prize card. Wait,
Bro, they pulled Blue Eyes?
Did you open your promo pack?
Yeah. Just happened to be Blue Eyes. That's crazy.
Yo, must be nice.
They're the main character.
Double winner, and you got the Blue Eyes. That Veiler, oh god, that Veiler's crazy. All right, so why Orchest?
Why Orcus? It's a deck that doesn't lose to Droll and Lockbird, so most game ones are pretty bad. Like, they have dead cards in their deck, like Peruli is not good against.
How much is that Blue Eyes? I have no idea. I mean, the thing is, these are the first couple of tournaments that are getting us these cards, so we're gonna have to wait and see how much they're worth. But I've heard some crazy numbers on the Effect Veiler. I have no idea about the Blue Eyes from the pack, like all the cards from the pack. I have no idea. The Blue Eyes are like 600. That's crazy. 600 is crazy.
Me. Droll's not good against me. Most people don't main deck Bystials or DD Crow.
But yeah, I mean, it's. I know one Veiler got sold for 1.5k. That is also insane, though, right? I mean, look, it's what we've always been asking for, right? It was so simple. It was so simple to make so many people so much more happy for topping these tournaments if you just do this one thing, right? Just print a fancy card with a fancy logo on it, and there you go. You know, and now you make top 16 at one of these tournaments instead of just feeling empty because you got so close and you got very little for it. You can make, if you make 4 digits off that, you know, like no one's gonna complain about that. Just off of the effect veiler, you know, you get other stuff too, but like if just the effect veiler gives you 4 digits, like it's done, you know. How much is the card trooper? I have no idea how much a card trooper is. The card trooper is going to be significantly less than the effect veiler, right? Because there's like 4 times as many, because you get it for top 64 instead of top 16. So there's like 4 times as many, and it's a less popular card. Someone in chat is saying like it was 500. I don't know if that's true. That seems a lot for the card trooper. But if it actually is 500, I would be very pleasantly surprised with that. If that's 500, that's also very, very good for top 64 or 128. If it's really 500, that would be very, very good for the competitive community.
So it moves off to game like 2 and 3.
But yeah.
Have it, so.
I don't know who lied to you, man. I got sent in the Shadow Realm by DD Crows in the main deck. What?
Only 128 card troopers in the world. There's gonna be more, right? 64 from this one, 64 from Euros, 64 from like there's I don't know how many Oceanics had and how many they gave out in Central and South America, right? There's more than 128. But also, I'm going to get back into the deck profile in a second. I don't want to ramble about this too long. But like, there's also the argument that like these are going to return for future YCSs, right? But then they're going to have a different logo, which could be a big deal. Technically, the WCQ logo is going to be the rarest one because we're going to have more. YCS ones, right? Oh, it's top 32 only. Okay, yeah, then it's less than I thought. Yeah, maybe then it's more expensive than I thought. Yeah.
But hey, good brackets, good play, phenomenal plays.
Yep.
All worked out. So
maybe it makes no difference. I don't know.
Once again,
yeah.
One more time. Give me some shout outs.
Let's focus on the deck.
Oh, I have too many. Now I have to name them all. All here.
Wait, what's your name again? This is the Ethan, everybody. Hi, Ethan.
Hello.
Hello, Ethan.
Famous American actor Pedro.
He sneaks into another video.
Back to Cheddar.
Bro, stunlock.
All right, let's jump right into the list.
Okay. So my Orcus cards: 2 skeleton, 3 harp, 3 Girsu, 1 crescendo, 1 babble, and foolish because you know Orcus.
This is the first thing I want to note here, which is I feel like it's very unusual, but there is no other Orcus cards in this deck. There is no Nightmare. There is no World Wand. Of course, the World Crown is here, but like the essentially just using a very, very, very small Orcus good stuff package.
Card, right?
Wait, hold on.
Which is super interesting.
There's no wand, no nightmare.
Nope.
I know there's bricks, but those are basically like the cement back in like what? How old is Orcus again when it first came out, you guys?
2019.
And those are like engine requirements. Why not anymore?
Now they're just luxuries. You don't need them. They're all
pre-watched. What do you mean pre-watched? We watched it on stream. They said it on stream over the weekend that those cards were not in there.
Cards. They're 2 bricks that don't help. They're all the same. They all get you 1 body. So you might as well just have the good ones only, right?
Okay.
So what's the plan then? Okay, I understand what you do when you draw Girsu, right? Girsu is by far the best one. When you normal summon Orcus Harp Horror, are you just using it as like a 1 card that gives you it gives you Fiendsmith combo, right? Because you normal summon Harp, you make Galatea Eye, you send a card to grab the World Crown, and then you special the World Crown, and that's 2 bodies. And I don't believe Galatea does not lock you into darks, right? So Galatea does not lock you into dark, so you just go normal summon any Orchist, pitch a card from your hand, grab the World Crown, special the World Crown. There you go. That's a moon. And if you opened with Harp Horror, it's a moon that afterwards you can use Harp to special Girsu from deck, right? So after you're done with the Fiendsmith stuff, whether your opponent has hand trapped it or not, you can use Harp Horror to extend into an Orchist line. So basically, Harp / Girsu are like 1-card combo Fiendsmith plus Crescendo, pretty much, right? And but the only thing that I'm uncertain about is why are we playing 2 Symbol Skeleton? Because all the things I just said about the Harp Horror are not necessarily true about the are they true about the Symbol Skeleton? Because if you go normal summon Symbol Skeleton, link off Galatea Eye, send a card from your hand to get the World Crown, special the World Crown, you make Fiendsmith combo, but then what does the Symbol Skeleton in your graveyard really do? I guess you can bring back Galatea Eye with it? Or does it say like you can only special it once per turn or something? Skeleton plus this card makes Caesar plus Crescendo plus Galatea plus Paradise setup. Yes, you can. Okay, then the Skeleton is also a very good starter. You know, this is interesting because it fixes some of the problems I had with Orchist, which was that when I was testing the deck, which is, mind you, a while ago, because I tested Orchist when I was still under the impression that it was going to be legal for German nationals / Euros. So this is like two months ago or something. I tried Orchist, and of course I was trying a more classic Orchist list, but I had consistency problems with it, and I also did not enjoy drawing some of those cards that they cut from the deck. So I think that's pretty cool. And basically one thing that I also wasn't doing is I wasn't playing Fiendsmith in it. So a lot of my Orchist lines, I was way too focused on doing all the Orchist things, and if I didn't draw an Orchist card, I had nothing to do. Which in this case, they have replaced some of the bad Orchist starters with Fiendsmith cards, which means that if you don't draw any Orchist cards, chances are you're going to have some non-engine and an engraver or something, and you can still cook, which is cool. So I think this is a pretty neat concept. Now I need one last thing. I need you to tell me one last thing because I don't remember, because it's been a while since I tried Orchist. Galatea Eye. Do you discard or do you send any card from your hand to the grave or a monster? Because if you can send anything, and are you telling me I can send Fiendsmith in Paradise from my hand if I brick on it? Any? Oh, that's perfect. Oh, dude, finally a deck that can just discard Paradise. I'm so happy.
Okay.
And at least these ones are normal summable. If I draw Nightmare, I'm gonna stare at it. So, and then off to the Fiendsmith cards. One Paradise, the 2-track, Lurie, Lacrima, Engraver. That might look like a familiar
2 Engraver.
in your hand.
Oh, never mind.
So just the standard
Dude, they had me for a second.
Fiendsmith cards.
So, quick tidbit.
I mean, this deck, just a brief summary of what we've seen so far. 2 engines that are not particularly weak to Droll and Lockbird. I mean, sometimes you're going to open Engraver, you get Drolled when you add Track. That's going to suck. That's going to happen sometimes. For the most part, I think this deck is probably weakest into Fuva out of all of the non-engine that people are playing at the moment, right? Fuva seems like a very strong card if you pair Orchist and Fiendsmith. I'm not sure how good the backup plans are for Orchist against Fuva, because Fiendsmith I know doesn't have a great backup plan. But yeah. Also, yeah, of course, Fiendsmith is a good plan when you get Lancet. Yeah, that's nice.
On that one. So you're playing tracked, 2 of them, and you're saying that Droll is bad.
Yep. I pray for them to Droll me on Tracked or Engraver.
Oh, because you're not getting Charmy.
Yeah, I don't have to get Charmy.
I think that's a good point. When you have an average hand of this deck, like let's say you have an Orchist card, you have a Fiendsmith card, and you start with Tracked, and they Drolled you, I think you are incredibly happy.
That's even better for me.
Because Fuva is good against this deck.
The hand traps.
Yeah.
The legendary Baldry.
Oh, don't worry, that guy has friends. 2 Nib, 3 Ash, 3 Droll, and then the mandatory in every deck.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very standard hand trap lineup. You just play the Ash, the Perulia, the Fuva, the Droll. You play the Ash in every deck that is weak to Charmies, and then whatever else you have on top of that is basically personal preference. At the moment.
3 Droplet and called by.
Ooh, Droplet as well. We do a little bit of board breaking here. All right.
Oh, I forgot the best card in the deck. World Crown.
Oh, I was wondering where it was in the orchestra. The legend itself.
Yeah, it changes its text when you read it every time. So.
Dude, no. Too soon.
I thought it was a brick.
Roger Strowman, Exodia.
And then off to the side deck. Oh, more friends. 2 more. That's why you keep seeing this card. And 3 Lancia, 2 Thrusts, 3 Mistaken Arrests, Mischief of Gnomes, D-Barrier, and 3 Imperm. If you notice, my side deck sucks for Malice. That's why game 2, when I lose game 1, I'm like, you can go first. And they're like, oh, I have mulch armies in my hand. What am I going to do? And I'm siding in 8 more hand traps.
I mean, yeah, I think that in general it's a scary tactic, you know? It's a scary tactic to just be like, send some of the more powerful decks in the format first. But I think specifically in decks that are very weak to Charmies, I can see it being a good play. I'm gonna be honest with you. Of course, like in a format with 6 or even 9 Mold Charmies in some decks against some decks, I could imagine people siding Meowls against this deck as well if they play it, right? Because Fiendsmith and Orcust also does some reviving from the graveyard, so like Meowls is probably a decent card against this deck too. Like when people are doing that, which everyone is doing that at the moment, everyone is main decking 3 or more commonly 6 Charmies and maybe siding some more. Like just catching someone off guard and sending them first is not the worst idea I've heard. Like, this is not something, especially in a deck that's weak to Fuva. I think that's a reasonable thing to do, to just be like, yeah, you can go first.
Into them. So I'm going to throw at least 3 hand traps into them on their turn.
So, why, Mouse is ignorant. That is like the most ignorant, the most best game 1 decks in the room. And you literally just said, I'll be blind. This deck is not real. This deck is not viable.
I mean, they are prepared for it though, right? It's not necessarily true. They have Lancias in there. What else can you? I mean, yeah, you can put Chaos Hunter on top of that or Meowls, but they're not like underprepared to it, right? They got the Fuva, the Perulia in the main deck. They got the Lancia in the side deck. I don't think they are not prepared for Malice. They are. I think it's more like that matchup is inherently difficult for this deck, right? Because Whitebinder is a menace and non-target banish is a menace for this deck. So it's a difficult matchup. So maybe they are underprepared relative to how difficult the matchup is. I guess that's a better way to put it. But like, they didn't like completely ignore it in deck building.
That is the most crazy stuff that I've ever heard.
It's funny because I played 5 of them.
Yeah, you played 5 of them in Top Cut.
Yeah. I played 5 of them, and it was crazy.
Yo, I am sorry, you guys. You watching his profile? You saw on the Konami blog. This man did not have nothing for y'all.
It's such a classic Malice L. I love it.
Other than the Lancia in a dream.
Yeah, truly Lancia in a dream. And then off to the extra. Oh, where's monsters? 1 Galatea, Longer Suit this.
Oh yeah, this high.
Oh yeah.
Legend himself.
Oh, the guy that takes away Protos. And Dingirsu. And then off to the Fiendsmith cards. Everyone loves these cards, don't they? Oh look.
Yeah, we do.
These also win games by themselves too.
Oh
no
man.
need for Orcus.
I love Fiendsmith.
And then
no Necroquip, surely.
This card that does nothing apparently. I haven't made that card. I made that card once all day. Or all weekend long. And then
say it ain't so. There's got to be a Necroquip.
Now we're going into main phase 2.
Oh yeah, okay.
Gonna
Yeah, yeah,
send
yeah.
the engraver back to the graveyard.
Yeah, it was
For
14.
Necro Quip. Yes.
I was about to say.
Question off the top of your head, what would Chaos Angel?
Okay, come on. How is no one noticing that this is 14? How are there 20 people in this room looking at the way they laid out these cards in a perfectly symmetric 5-5-4 and are like, what's number 15? no one's asking anything. Why is there nothing?
Replacing since he said he never summoned it.
Dark, gloomy.
Oh yeah, there's no dark in here. That's like the best friend of the deck.
Yeah. It would be, but most of the time the American was banished. I have 5 Bastiles, and that guy always gets banished. I haven't had that guy. I think that guy resolved once to Regeki the entire tournament.
That's crazy. Hey, that's good work. It was all perfect for you. Well,
Yep.
thank you very much. Gonna go back to locals like it's just another day, and everyone's like, wait, you won?
Yep, another day at locals.
Congrats, man. Hopefully you start getting ready now to.
No, it's a cool deck. I like it. I actually think it's a good deck that like I think this deck is as good as any other deck right now. With it's just like a small, what's it called? A small adjustment with this deck. I think is weaker into Fuba than some other decks in the format right now, but it is much better into Droll. So like it's not like net better or net worse than other decks in that regard. It's just like slightly better into one of the most popular cards in the format and slightly worse into one of the other most popular card in the format, right? Like because the by far the most popular non-engine right now is Droll and Fuvalos, right? And I mean Purulia also, but I feel like there's more people that are not main decking Purulia than people that are not main decking Fuva. Fuva is definitely like basically a staple in everything. So yeah, also it's just a small thing, but I do like the fact that this deck inherently just discards a card from the hand. So when you draw a Charmy going first, it's not a big deal to you, right? That's just, it's more like a feel good moment, right? Because like if you're playing a deck that doesn't discard, having a dead card in your hand just feels worse. But in this deck, you're just going to be able to get rid of the Charmy all the time when you're going first, and that's just like a neat little bonus. Of course, the unfortunate part is that this deck is not going to be legal for Euros. We cannot play it because the Battles of Legends cards are not out in Europe yet. We are getting them delayed in August, which is after the EU WCQ. But I am sure by the time that these cards release, of course, everyone is going to have their focus on Justice Hunters. I'm still going to see and maybe go back to this and see if it's worth trying in the TCG in August, because it is a pretty cool deck. I like Orchest. I really like the fact that we have been able to trim a lot of the bad draws out of the deck, you know, like out of this Orchest engine, the only ones that are bad to draw are like the Field Spell and the Crescendo, but those are still really good draws if you have an Orchest card with those, then they are just a bonus, right? Like you don't mind drawing one of these if you can play with Orchest cards. So that is cool. And overall, I thought it was a great tournament run, of course, and being able to take it all the way is very, very cool. Yeah, pretty sick. Euros are next weekend. Yes, Euros are next weekend. Or like, well, depending on how you look at it, when you say next weekend, they are not in 3 days, they are in 10 days is when Euros is. So not like this week's weekend, the week after. Which is essentially exactly this format, just minus the Battles of Legends decks, right? So no Orchest, no Gem Knight, no Punk for Euros, and no Necros, which is the one that hurts the most. Necros not being there is the one that hurts the most by far. And no Dragon Maid. Yeah, true. No Dragon Maid either. Yeah, okay. I don't want to look at any more deck profiles, but what we can do is take a quick look at some of these lists, because I think most people that played an unusual deck did publish the list. So I think the Punk list is out here, which made top 32. Oh god. Not the Crunchy remix again. Okay. You still haven't fixed it? I don't know how. I've tried. Is it crunchy for you as well? Yes. Yes, it is. Okay. Punk Fiendsmith made top 32, which is also very impressive. And here's the thing. There's a couple of things I want to say about this, not this deck in particular, but just like what just circling back to what I said earlier. This is another one of those decks that, while Punk is definitely not one of the strongest decks in the format right now, as long as you build your deck by a certain formula in the current format, you can compete with Malice and Ryzeal, right? And Mitsurugi, right? Because what we're seeing here is a strong engine paired with some Fiendsmith, solid non-engine choices for the format. Like I said earlier, no Perulia in this one, but Fuva, Droll, you know, Ash Imperm, Bestials, like solid non-engine, solid game plan for going first, and then you have a deck that can compete in the current format, right? And so, as much as the non-engine at the moment in TCG decks is repetitive, which it absolutely is. You know, you look at most of these top 64 decks, you're probably going to find Droll and Lockbird, you're probably going to find Charmies, you're probably going to find Ash Blossom. Those are very, very commonly used at the moment. But it is a recipe that makes almost any deck work, quote unquote, right? Like there's a lot of decks that are topping by using that recipe and just playing it well and so on and so forth. In this particular one, I think it's worth highlighting that I really, really like the inclusion of Fiendsmith Sanct. Honestly, it's something that I also would have probably considered in the Orcus deck that we just looked at. I think being able to engraver for Sanct is also very, very valuable. Of course, going second, you're not going to be able to attack with all of your cards if you use Sanct, but by using engraver into Sanct instead of engraver into Tract, you are searching a card that does allow you to still combo if you get rolled after, which is really good. And you also get to cut the Fabled Lurry from your deck, which is somewhat of a benefit in a deck that is already relatively normal summon heavy. So you don't want to normal summon a Lurry ever really in this deck, right? So I think Sanct is a solid choice. Of course, it can mess with Bestial sometimes, but other than that, I think it's an interesting inclusion in this deck in particular. And something that, you know, Fiendsmith Engraver itself is a card that is unfortunately relatively weak into both Fuva and Droll, which are the most common non-engine in the format right now. So it's like, if you Engraver for Sanct, at least you're not that weak to Droll and Lockbird. You're still weak to Fuva, but you're not that weak to Droll and Lockbird, which is neat. And then the other one I wanted to take a quick look at was the Goblin Biker deck that made top 64. Where was that? Goblin Biker Fiendsmith, which, for all intents and purposes, not even a Charmy in the main deck is crazy. This, besides the fact that we're not playing Charmies, is basically the exact same concept, right? It's just we're playing Fiendsmith, we're playing non-engine, we're playing another engine that just goes well with Fiendsmith because it produces bodies and doesn't lock you super early. So like you know, whether Goblin Biker, Punk, Orchist, Fiendsmith decks are still like a thing in the format. I think that's what this boils down to, right? Like you can still play Fiendsmith decks. Maybe not in the pure Fiendsmith control variation, but it's more like you play like a Fiendsmith combo deck. Because I would classify the Goblin Biker deck, the Punk deck, and the Orchist deck. They are very, very similar concepts. Even though, of course, like 50% of their main decks are different, they still follow a very similar style of game plan, right? It's just like a Fiendsmith hybrid variation with just a different engine that gets you going, right? Whether it's Punk or Goblin Biker or Orchist. I think it's a very similar concept, and it's obviously been proven by this event that these sort of decks work, because if you want to combine those decks into like basically if you go past like, okay, they're playing different archetypes to achieve the same thing, there's a couple of decks that are following this game plan, right, in this top 64 that you could technically group together under Fiendsmith decks, right? Like you could group the Goblin Biker deck with the Punk deck, with the Evil Twin deck, with some of the Orcus decks, which would make it like maybe even more popular than Vanquish Soul, right? Fiendsmith stuff was still probably the third most popular deck if you combine those decks together for this tournament. But the other versions don't have big Gabonga. I mean, yeah, they all... Here's the thing. Even though they have similar game plans, they all still have it's obviously there's more nuance to it than just oh, they're all the same. They're not the same deck. They are just similar. I'm sure the Goblin Biker deck has some advantages / disadvantages over the Punk cards, which has disadvantages or advantages over the Orchist cards, and so on and so forth, right? There's and evil, like the twin stuff as well is definitely going to be another set of cards that have their very own advantages and disadvantages. So finding, if you're looking to play one of those decks, I think trying all of these versions and finding the one that does the best for you in this format, because like, you know, the Punk cards, for example, they seem weaker into Jolin Lockbird than, for example, the Orchist cards, which maybe is the reason why the Orchist deck was able to go all the way as opposed to this deck, right? I'm not sure what they lost to. I think actually we saw it on stream. Maybe I think it was they lost to Charlie, I think. But I don't know if it was to Jolin Lockbird specifically. But yeah, Punk cards get wrecked by hand traps. I think that is only partially true, because the thing is, in this current format, there is very different types of hand traps, right? Like there are the quote-unquote high-impact hand traps that people are playing, like the Charmies and the Drolls and the Perulias, Meowls, and so on and so forth, which, especially the Charmies, they don't stop you from playing, they just disincentivize you from playing. So it depends on how much is your deck able to do without giving your opponent infinite cards under a certain Charmy, which doesn't actually stop your deck, but I think Punk is notoriously relatively weak into Fuva. And then Jolin Lockbird is another beast, where there's also a high impact hand trap, but it also is very, very individual on the deck. I would argue even, like, if you look at this deck breakdown, it's like Jolin Lockbird is played because people put so much respect on Mitsurugi Ryziel. But there's a lot of decks in this breakdown that Jolin Lockbird is actually not that great against, right? Like Malice, Joel is not terrible against Malice, but it's also not great. It's not great into Orchist. It's not that great into Vanquish Soul. It's not that great into Blue Eyes. It's good into White Forest. It's probably not great into Evil Twins. I don't know how good it does into Lunalight, but it's decent against Mermail. It's not that great into Memento. So like Jolin Lockbird, even in a format where it's probably at its highest play rate maybe ever, but it still is a hit or miss card, which is like it's super annoying. It kills Gem Knight. Does it really kill Gem Knight? Because they have a lot of like send from deck to graveyard. I don't know how often they actually searched in the feature matches we saw. I don't think it completely kills the deck, actually. I don't think that's true. because I think one of them, like the one that searches the quote unquote searches the fusion spells, right? It sets it from the deck, right? Like the quartz. Yeah, it sets it directly from the deck. It doesn't add it. So this one adds, of course, like this one adds, which sometimes you can even do multiple in the same turn because you get an extra normal summon. Then you have the Link monster that I think adds a card. So I'm sure Duel is annoying to the deck, but I don't think it outright just destroys it. I don't think that's true, but yeah. Anyways, that is essentially the format that we're working with right now, headed into the EUWCQ, of course, minus the Battles of Legends stuff, unfortunately, which is going to not be relevant for us, which is a little sad, but it is okay. I still think the format is decently diverse, even without the Battles of Legends stuff. We're probably going to see a little bit more Mitsu and Malice at the EUWCQ because of it. But hey, maybe we can maybe a Sky Striker can take their place. It's not too late to cope on that, is it? And then after that, obviously, it is time to start looking into Justice Hunter's format, which part of me really wanted a ban list over the course of the NAWCQ, because I just think it would have been exciting for the EUWCQ. I would have actually loved a little bit of a challenge for like a new format for Euros, even if it was just like 2 weeks time. I thought it would have made it so much more interesting. But I also think part of me kind of wants Justice Hunter just to release, because I want to see how these new decks fare in this current format. Like how is, because this is a matchup basically that's never really happened in the OCG because they don't have Mitsurugi, right? So like in my head, it's like how does K9 Vanquish Soul fare into Mitsurugi cards? How does Yummy fare into Mitsurugi cards? How does Draco Tail work into Mitsurugi? Like how does this format play out if there is no ban list? Is also something that I would be interested in. So whether or not we get a ban list or not is still up in the air. I mean I made my personal prediction like last week or 2 weeks ago. I don't remember when I said it, but my personal prediction was, timing wise, it makes a lot more sense if it's now the EU's turn to publish a ban list on their live stream. I think that would be very hype if Europe gets to do it for Euros. So that was my prediction. But I also could see them just not releasing a ban list and be like, yeah, we're just gonna let this unfold, you know? We're just gonna see how Justice Hunters is gonna impact this format before we drop a ban list, which I think is also somewhat reasonable. But yeah. Okay. Now, that was the essentially weekend recap I wanted to do. It was a fun weekend. Before we hop into Master Duel, which we are going to do today, I wanted to take a look at a video that a lot of people have suggested over the course of the weekend. And I just didn't want to start watching it on the I didn't want to start watching it during the YCS coverage because I never knew how much time I had until the next round started. So today we are taking a look at a Sunny video. It's been a while since we've reacted to a Sunny video. Always some cool takes from over on the OCG side of things. And today we're touching on a topic that I actually wanted to, or that I have talked about this beforehand. Sunny made a video, should the TCG adopt OCG rarities? And I think this is a very interesting topic, and I am very interested to hear about this from an OCG player's perspective. Because, of course, I have been a huge fan in the past of the OCG rarity system, where I would just love for Yu-Gi-Oh to be more accessible to more people. And I always thought, like, hey, in the OCG, they have this system where, I guess for context for anyone, before we jump into this video, because I don't know how well it's explained here. The OCG rarity system, what we mean by this is basically in the OCG, most or all of their sets, even the core sets, have cards come in multiple rarities. So kind of like the rarity collection. I don't think it is exactly like the rarity collection, but basically like, I don't know, like they're showing here, Dominus Impulse was apparently a $9 card in the OCG, even though it has the same power level over there, right? But I think that is because it is printed in multiple rarities. So like there's a low rarity version of Dominus Impulse and a high rarity version of Dominus Impulse. And I've always been a fan of this idea. You know, I've always been a fan of this idea conceptually because I want cards to be cheaper in order for more people to be able to play the game and enjoy the game. Because I do think the price is one of the bigger boundaries when it comes to entering Yu-Gi-Oh! Of course it is. And so I wonder why. I mean, as someone who is not super I'm not super familiar with like marketing and stuff like that. Like I have like a very broad understanding or like a very just little understanding of how these things work. I've always wondered what potential reasons could they have to not do the same thing, and maybe getting the OCG player's perspective on this can help. Because I do believe Sunny has played in both TCG and OCG.
With the recent release of Duelist Advance, there's been a growing concern in the TCG that boxes are consistently unable to retain MSRP pricing, and it is primarily because
this is what sparked it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Duelist Advance is a set that is not that great to open. I think that is the underlying problem here. Which is it's basically the way I feel about it. It feels like a paradox, because whenever a set is good to open, whenever a set does really well in terms of the monetary value and it does really well for the vendors, it's always the ones that have like super expensive cards in it, right? Like the ones where there's Wanted, Dia Bellstar, when there is Dominus Impulse, and so on and so forth, right? It's like it almost seems like the sets that are good for the vendors are not good for the players, and the sets that are good for the players are not great for the vendors, right? Because Duelist Advance for the players is not a bad set because it's not that expensive to pick up the stuff. No matter what you want from Duelist Advance, there is no $80 Dominus Impulse. There is no Dia Bellstar, no Wanted, no whatever, which of course makes the set worse to open. But like it's better for the people that just want to grab like the stuff they want from the set and move on, right? Like they're just grab the new cards and play with them. This set is great for that, right? But of course you still have people complaining because it's not a sustainable model for stores, because in order for you to be able to buy your $20 Sky Striker A0 or whatever it is right now, or like, well, you know, your quote unquote cheapish secret rares, like I think a secret rare that goes like 10 to 20 bucks can be considered decently affordable from a TCG perspective. In order for you to be able to buy those, someone has to open the product. Someone has to open the product, which they spend like 50 bucks on. I don't know how much a store buys a box for, but like in order for you to buy your $4 Finmel and your $10 Gorgon of Zilophonia or whatever, someone has to have opened a box that had those cards in it, which is not great, right?
the sets are far too bad to open. It's a dilemma that's incredibly difficult to solve because preserving the interests of both the players by making cards affordable and the interests of local game stores by making product valuable appear to be zero-sum.
Yeah.
As a result, the TCG adopting OCG rarities is a discussion that comes up frequently and is often considered one of the leading ways to fix the issue of card prices. I think if the
So essentially the idea is that if you make cards low rarity and high rarity at the same time, the ideal way this pans out is like the low rarity card is the one that's cheap and affordable for everybody, And the high rarity card is the one that carries the value of the box, right? Like the chase cards in the set that everyone goes wild over, that makes it still worth opening the product, and makes it worth opening, which is, I feel like, I guess that's kind of what they've been trying to do with Starlights and QCRs, right? Like they are attempting to put some chase cards in there, I suppose. And I do think that Starlights and QCRs have done a little bit in that regard. You know, like if you open up a box of Duelist Advance, if you get a Starlight, that is one way to potentially make the box worth opening. The thing is that even the Starlights, or for previous sets, the QCRs, they can vary a decent amount in terms of value, because not all of them are actually chase cards. You know, like I feel like the selection for QCRs and Starlights was not the best, because the rule was just, hey, every ultra rare or higher can be a Starlight or QCR. I don't think that's the best thing to go about it, the best way to go about it. I feel like they should reserve the Starlight spot for something that's definitely good. Basically, because they know what cards are going to be sought after most of the time when they make these products, right? They know, you know, Dominus Impulse, sought after card, we're making it secret rare. What if instead of doing that, they do, okay, we know Dominus Impulse is going to be one of the chase cards, so we make that one of our, let's say they only pick 10 Starlights per set or something, right? And then we have an actual chase card on our hands, right? But I feel like when every single Ultra becomes a Starlight, it kind of takes away from this.
TCG adopted both OCG rarities and ratios, and the game did not die soon after. It would be better for the game's longevity overall. However, it is unfortunately an unsustainable model for Yu-Gi-Oh! In the West, and stores would be unable to survive the transition. The main reason is that there aren't enough casual players or collectors in the West, and as a result, there aren't enough players who will buy products at a consistent and significant loss.
This is something that people always say, like, and this is hard for me to judge, honestly, where, like, people always say, like, oh, Pokemon does this so well. And I've also said this in the past, like, it seems to be working so well for Pokemon, where Pokemon has, like, low rarity cards and then, like, fancy looking alt arts that are, like, that are the ones that people are chasing for, and that's what people are opening boxes for, and so on and so forth, right? And I just don't, because in some ways Pokemon is a great thing to compare to, because it is another card game. In another way, I think Pokemon as an IP works very differently than Yu-Gi-Oh! Because, like, it is much bigger. It is much bigger than Yu-Gi-Oh! And I also think that, like, I think there is more people that collect Pokemon. Opening Pokemon is so extremely neg, it's not sustainable. I think that's another thing, right? I think that's another thing that it feels like opening a Pokemon box is, you're still not, I don't think they're great to open value wise. I think people still open it because it's Pokemon, but I think if you were really about it, you would also just rather buy singles in Pokemon and never touch a booster box.
I think this opinion has a lot of pushback, mainly because Western players do not know exactly how inexpensive cards are in the OCG. First, we have to go over how current stores get product in the TCG. Stores order sets from distributors about 5 to 6 months before the set is released. This means they have to order sets even before the cards are leaked in the OCG, so they have no idea if the set is good or bad. They can make educated guesses. For example, Duelist packs are usually bad and deck build packs are typically good, but not only is that not always reliable, but they are also heavily incentivized by distributors to buy every single product. They're not forced to buy every single product, but they will be a lower priority for future releases if they don't.
There are arguably some products where, like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Would probably just be better off if some of these side sets just didn't exist. Which, like, I'm not talking like Justice Hunters, because that set's going to be great. But I'm talking like the legendary duelists, for example, or maybe even Battles of Legends. I don't actually know if Battles of Legends was a good set for the vendors, or I mean, I guess it's not out in EU yet, but like maybe like because this is true. I think like if you are a Yu-Gi-Oh store or you offer Yu-Gi-Oh in your store, you are obviously incentivized to have every product in stock, you know, because that's obviously like the people that are distributing these packs are like, they're not going to let you pick and choose only this one and then not that one. It's also weird towards your customers, you know, like if you just don't have a certain set in stock. Some of these side sets have just not been great. And I feel like it would have done better if those cards had just been sprinkled in, like the good cards from those sets, the good reprints, or maybe even some of the good new cards. They could have been sprinkled into other products. You know, there could have been structure decks instead, which would have been way cheaper. But still, structure decks can still be great value-wise, you know, because if a structure deck is good, then those are going to be popping off, even for vendors. Like the structure decks can be great as well, which I think is underused. And also, you can just make like 1 or 2 products less a year, and just use those reprints or use those new cards to juice up some other products. You know, like what if instead of having like a side set that isn't great overall, you just throw those cards or some of those cards, like the good cards, you add them to the mega pack or whatever, right? And that makes that product better. So like, you get what I'm saying, right?
End up buying them, which means stores end up having to buy a lot of bad sets. If the product is good, then they can make a lot of money, but that assumes the product has good expected value. If the EV is low on sets, then people will not buy them. We can look back at any bad set in the TCG, whether that be Hero's Revenge, Duels from the Deep, or Duel's Nexus. Not only are some of these sets still on shelves today, but even the box price on websites such as
it just becomes a thing where, of course, everyone is interested in these sets when they come out, but like people realize relatively quickly, and vendors realize relatively quickly as well, that like the singles in these boxes, they don't make it worth opening. Unless you just want to open it, right? Like unless you are just really excited to open a box and maybe do a little gamba and maybe you get lucky, but like the expected value of opening it is negative, right? Which I guess in some ways is normal for this kind of hobby. I don't know if there's any, I mean, I don't think there is a box where you're always going to plus on average, right? Like if that was a thing, then the boxes would just sell for more, right? That it doesn't really, at least from an outside perspective at like markets and stuff, I'm not super familiar with it. But if there was a box where the expected value, let's say there's a Yu-Gi-Oh box where the expected value of you opening a box is like $100, then can you buy that box for 60? There's no shot, right? Like it has to be somewhat negative, right? Otherwise no one would be selling the boxes, right? Like who would sell a box for $60 that you on average pull $100 out of? I don't know. Yeah.
TCG player goes down when a set is bad. You may be thinking, that doesn't make sense because the OCG also gets bad sets, but the dilemma is that the good sets in the OCG would be considered bad sets in the TCG in terms of expected value if they adopted OCG rarities and ratios. So why does any of this matter? What do OCG rarities have to do with the expected value of a set? Well, the reason sets have any expected value is because there are cards that players need and they are not easy to pull.
Mm-hmm.
The OCG doesn't have that problem, which means sets from a financial perspective are completely worthless to open. However inexpensive you think our cards are, they're most likely even less than you think.
Okay, so here's my question. If what you say is true, which I can imagine it being true, I can imagine with whenever you hear about OCG card prices, they are super low, right? If OCG boxes are really so bad to open because all of the cards are so cheap, why is the concept working for them? Like why are people still opening boxes? Because clearly they are. Otherwise Yu-Gi-Oh would have died in the OCG like 10 years ago or 15 years ago if no one was opening or playing it, right?
This is a massive problem for the stability of local game stores.
Okay.
I'm going to be using the most recent set, Duelist Advance, as an example, and the prices come from Jiwansho, which is My country, China's TCG player equivalent. Prices across the
Watch
OCG
the video.
are
I mean, yeah, I know they're going to talk about it. I'm just throwing what I'm thinking, my questions into it, because otherwise you could just watch the video by yourself.
not always uniform, but I would say in general they tend to be pretty similar. China and Japan usually have almost identical prices, for example. These prices on screen right now were from release day, which means these are the peak prices for the low rarity copies of these cards. The prices displayed on screen are in yuan, but I'll convert them to US dollars because it's easier for most
I was waiting for that because I have no idea what this means.
People to convert US to their own currency. I'll go over the ratios first. With Duel's events, they changed QC SERs to PSERs, or Starlights as I call them in the TCG.
Okay.
For some reason, the ratios aren't super consistent for this set. So instead of 6 Starlights in a case of 24 boxes, you can sometimes get up to 8. So the ratio tends to be...
Didn't you go to Japan though? Yeah, but this is not Japanese yen, I don't think. Because if this was Japanese yen, this would basically be... In Japanese yen, this would be 7 cents, basically. I don't think it's that.
A bit more than 1 in 4 boxes. This got a lot worse because before, the +1 box topper pack you got in the box had 4 QC
Chinese
SERs
currency,
in case.
Yeah.
And then they took them out of the
Which for that
pack,
one, I have no idea what the conversion
it's about
rate is.
10 QC SERs per case before, and then you just cut 4 of them. It doesn't matter too much in terms of actual value because the majority of QC SERs were bulk anyways, but it is still a negative.
This is the problem I mentioned earlier, by the way. The fact that they are considering most of the cards that come in the highest rarity, which is QCRs, or now Starlights, if they consider those bulk, I think there's a problem with the selection of those cards. I think that's not great. I think you need to do better, or they need to do better in both OCG and TCG, apparently, at selecting the cards that come in QCR. I don't think it needs to be like, oh, everything that's ultra rare has to have a QCR. I think you can have a more exclusive selection of cards for your highest rarity. Yeah.
Ultimates and secrets, you could expect about 1 per box starting with Infinite Forbidden up to the current day, and then you would pull about 3 ultra rares and 6 to 7 super rares per box. This seems pretty good until you start to cover the actual value of the individual cards. First, we can cover Starlights. Unless you pull a Striker Starlight, then you don't even get your box back. Think about it like this. Holy Sue is the best non-splashable engine card in the entire game at the moment. It's played at 3 copies in the most popular deck that also has the best results, and even a Starlight copy of this card would not pay for 1 box on release. If your Starlight or QCR does not have any sort of collectability or is not incredibly splashable in multiple different decks such as Dominus Impulse, then it won't pay for your box. Even if you get lucky enough to pull a Starlight, it could easily be one of the bulk $5 to $7 Starlights no one wants. So now we can address cards guaranteed in the box, which are...
Wait, did they mention the conversion rate? Because they're just scrolling through this, and I didn't catch what the conversion rate was. They didn't say, right? Okay, let me look it up. Let me use dollar as well. Is this the right currency? I think so. So they said, let's take the Holy Sue. It was $290. So it's a $40. It's a $40 QCR, $40 Starlight. And the box was $300, so their boxes are $42 roughly. Okay. So once again, hold up. One is okay. $1 is 7. Okay.
1 secret and ultimate, 3 ultras, and 6 to 7 supers. The highest secret in the set is the Art Magia secret, which is about 50 yuan or about $7. And then the majority of secrets were worth $1 or less.
Okay.
The highest ultimate is Sky Striker S0 at 115 yuan or about $16. But this card is an absurdly expensive ultimate rare. Pretty much no set in recent times have had an ultimate rare worth this much. Even Engraver was less, and that card was a 3 of in almost every deck at the time. The highest value ultra in the set is the...
I mean, that's the thing, right? If we are looking at these prices, it seems like a dream, right? It seems so good when all of these cards are so relatively cheap. Because even the Holy Sue we just looked at for $40 was like the Starlight Rare version, which is not the one you are forced to play if you want to play the deck.
Yugioh Ultra, and it costs about 18 yuan on release, or $2.50. And then the rest of the Ultras are bulk. The highest value Super on release was Holy Sue at 12 or $1.67. And then the Armagia Super is similar value, but the rest are bulk.
Yeah, Holy Sue here is less than $2.
It's
right
even
now.
worse now, a month later. Let's start with the Starlights. The cards that double as collectible and playable cards, such as the Striker Starlights, are doing well, but let's take another look at Holy Sue. Ignoring the 99 yuan copy, which has 2 puncture damage, the lowest Starlight Holy Sue is 140 yuan, or about $20. For transparency's sake,
20.
This copy is not max rarity in China. In China, we have 2 types of Japanese cards: Korean factory printing and Japanese factory printing.
Oh, do they have EU versus NA printing, but OCG version of it? I've never heard of this.
We call Korean printing Hong Kong printing, but they're made in Korea, just in case you can read Chinese and you're confused why the listings will say Hong Kong when I'm saying Korean. These differences primarily matter for secrets, starlights, and QCRs.
Okay.
You can think of it as an NA versus EU difference, with NA being the Korean printing and EU being the Japanese printing.
Okay.
There's a slight color difference, with Korean factory being brighter most of the time.
I can't really tell from this picture, to be honest with you. Maybe the right one is slightly brighter here at the top, but yeah.
And the Japanese cardstock is considered to be higher quality, although I can't tell because both are much higher than the TCG cards.
Yeah,
and the
probably.
foil between the dots and the lines are also flipped. Japanese copies are worth...
The foil is flipped? Oh yeah, this goes upwards. What is it, vertical? And this is like horizontal. Okay, yeah, that I can see. That I can see.
Slightly more in China, and I have heard that Korean printing is more expensive in Japan, but I'm not 100% sure if that's true. Since this listing didn't specify, I'm going to assume this means they're referring to Korean printing. The lowest Japanese printing, which would be considered true max rarity, is 188 yuan, or $26, which is about normal.
Essentially, they're covering a lot of prices right now, but I think what I'm getting from this is that what they are saying is, yes, card prices are extremely low in the OCG, even for the sought after cards, which is the one that everyone wants. That's what all the players want, right? But their point, I think, is that this still leaves the same problem of these boxes are terrible to open, which is dangerous for stores, I think is what they're saying, right? They're saying like, yeah, it looks really good for all the players from the outside, but it's a difficult model to make it work for the stores that are buying these products, right? I think that's somewhat of what they're saying, right?
Usually the difference is about 20%, so max rarity Holy Sue is only a bit more than half of the box. Secrets have completely tanked. There's one card worth almost $5, 6 cards between $2 to $4, and the other 13 are under $1. If we look at Ultimates, Zero still retains about $10 of...
It only works because the game is so big in the OCG. I don't know if that's a good argument, because I don't know if like the scaling of it matters that much. Because if a box is a net negative, then it doesn't matter how many you open. I don't know how much it matters that you scale it up by 10x or whatever. Because if you're losing money on average on one box, you're gonna lose money on 10 boxes. You're gonna lose money on 100 boxes and on 1,000. Like it doesn't scale well.
Value, but everything else is bulk. For Ultras, only the Argostars fusion is about $2, and then everything else is bulk. For Supers, only the lower tier guide is a bit more than $1, and everything else is bulk. If I highball the value from a good Duelist Advance box on release day, let's say you pull the best secret out of 20 secrets, and you have $7. And then you pull the best Ultras and have another...
The best secret is the best secret being $7 is obviously a dream for everyone that buys singles, but I feel like I'm getting where I understand where they're getting at, because when you open a box, that is going to feel terrible.
$4.
Right?
And then you get the best super and add another $2. Let's say you hit the 1 in 4 good ultimate as well, and you get $16 from the Zero. We are working with $29 of the $42 from the best possible box without the Starlight.
Yeah, no, people would be furious about this in TCG. That is 100% true, right? If you pull the best secret, the best ulti, which I mean, ulti is just a rarity that we don't get in the main boxes, but like their point is saying it's like in the TCG, you pulled the best 2 secrets from the box and the best ultras from the box, and you still went Nick. That's basically what this comparison is, right?
And pulling half of the Starlights in the set would still make you lose out. This is not counting fees or any sort of reduction in price that you'll have to have as a secondary market seller. Most of the time, you'll struggle to even get $10 back because 3 and 4 boxes won't pull a Sky Striker Ace Zero, and many older sets didn't even have an expensive Ultimate Rare to pull. And more importantly,
so basically what they're saying is most of the time you don't even pull $10 out of a box in the OCG unless you get really lucky. And the boxes are about $40. So you pull your box, you go like 75% neg, right? In the OCG if you buy a box of Duelist Advance. Which would be, let's convert this to TCG. It would be like if you bought a $60 box and you lost you pulled $15, right? Is basically the equivalent of that.
These prices tend to depreciate very quickly. By the 3rd day after release, I was already capable of buying a playset of Holy Su for 9 yuan, or a bit more than $1. I'm using release day prices to show the ceiling of a box if you buy one on release and sell to someone very close to the place where you purchased a box, but this is not actually reflective of reality. Prices are much worse than what I'm estimating here. It's not like I'm cherry picking some extremely garbage set either. Duelist Advance is not a great set value-wise, but it's not too different from Alliance Insight and Supreme Darkness. Duelist Advance had a significant meta impact with multiple good decks such as Lunalight, Onomat, Vanquish Soul, or Sky Striker, and even the Art Magia cards are being bought as an investment for future support. Vanquish Soul is the most played deck of the format, widely loved, and is the most winning deck of the format at the moment. Striker is one of the most popular archetypes of all time, and this support makes it meta for the first time in years. Duelist Advance is also the newest set before the World Championship qualifiers. You can check the Asian markets yourself. If I had selected any of the older sets, it would not look much different, except for Rage of the Abyss. But that set had 2 staples played at 3 copies, and even then you still barely got 1/3 of your box value back if you managed to pull both of them.
That is crazy, right? If you pulled, what they're saying is, if you pulled Impulse and Fuva in the same box, you got 1/3 of your box value. Right? Because here, the box costs $40, and Impulse is $10, and Fuva is $6.
Most sets in the OCG are as bad as Duelist Advance. Lower rarity cards do not have value in the OCG with few exceptions, and for a box to have solid EV, you need multiple cards with value that you can consistently pull. So the question is, would TCG players buy this product? I don't think they would buy this as much as the current boxes they have in the TCG already. You can say more rarities makes the product more fun to open, but if the value isn't there, then it's hard to imagine they would buy more boxes. They would probably just buy more singles, especially when buying singles online.
I think this is true. I think the majority of people, if that's the deal, would just go and buy the cheap singles, which would obviously, it would make the game more affordable to people, and that is ultimately what I want. But still, you have to factor in that if stores are already having a tough time right now with some of these boxes, someone has to open these boxes, and if players are not opening boxes and want to buy singles instead, the only people that are left opening the boxes is the vendors. And if the vendors are opening a bunch of boxes that lose 75% of money on average, they are going out of business hella quick. Right?
Mine is already so easy. Unless you live in Canada.
There's no vendor who's going to open a bunch of boxes at 75% negative. There's no way. Nothing else you do as a vendor is going to make up for that loss. That is crazy.
Yes, but then you have to price someone on DNK has your cards. Maybe the TCG could just copy the rarities and not the ratios, but that defeats the primary purpose of OCG rarities, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, it's not about the rarities. I think it's not about how the cards look. It's about the how often you pull them, right?
Make the game more affordable. Some people cite Rarity Collection as an example of OCG model working in the TCG.
Yeah.
Rarity Collection is not the OCG model.
Okay.
It might have OCG rarities, but those are special sets for us as well.
Mm-hmm.
Rarity Collection would be more similar to our Quarter Century Art Collection or Pride and Unity sets. First, pulling 6 QCRs in a box is not the norm.
Okay, that is actually true. That is true. You know, it's not just about how the cards look, what they just said. It's also about how often do you pull those cards, because you do not get like when we say OCG rarities, it is true that we are kind of, or that I was kind of ignoring the fact that you don't pull 6 Starlights in one box in the OCG, right? Like you do in the Rarity Collection. Rarity Collection is a special set because also Rarity Collection has like a higher density of good cards, right? So a lot of not every QCR you pull in a Rarity Collection, but most, or like a decent chunk of the QCRs you pull are going to be cool cards, you know? Like even if it's like not the most meta card, but like they're still gonna be like 5 to 10 or whatever. Like even the somewhat weaker. There's some terrible ones, but like the majority I think are decent cards.
Earlier, the QCR ratio was about 1 in 4 boxes, not 6 per box.
Yeah, 1 in 4 boxes for a QCR/Starlight is actually the same in TCG in terms of the rarity of that, the premium rarity.
Second, even if Rarity Collection were a good representation of OCG products, they are not guaranteed to do well, especially if every set were a Rarity Collection. Rarity 1 and 3 did fantastic because those 2 sets were extremely good, but Rarity 2 wasn't very good at first and also had a dip in prices for the sealed boxes. It's not like if you implement OCG rarities, people are just guaranteed to buy the set. You can even say Rarity 2, which was one of the worst Rarity Collections, did well, but that's also because Rarity Collection is not the norm. If every set were Rarity Collection, people will not be mass buying bad sets just for Rarity Collection ratios. Furthermore, Rarity Collection is also heavily skewed toward QCRs. Almost everything under a QCR will not hold much value, which is a big problem because that means that your box value is almost entirely on 6 cards. For every great QCR such as Seals, there's going to be 5 bulk QCRs such as Twin Twisters that can't even return what you paid for one pack. And it gets even worse because there's a finite amount of good staples that can be reprinted in the first place.
No, I think that is not it's looking back at it, this is not a great point to make. Like not every set can be exactly like Rarity Collection. But I think it's less that, I guess I personally don't want every set to be Rarity Collection. I just want I want the Rarity Collection thing to continue because I thought that was such a good concept. And I was wondering if there was a way to find a better balance on the main sets, right? Because that's basically what all of this is about, is like the TCG model has flaws. And I really like that this video is showcasing that the OCG model seems to have flaws as well. So I guess that begs the question of, can we find is there a middle ground? Is there a way to make sets solid for vendors and solid for players? Is there something like that?
I'm not saying TCG boxes are excellent value, in case that was confusing. It's just that OCG boxes are worse value.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to make your money back from boxes or else it wouldn't make any economic sense. EV on TCG boxes is much better than the OCG on average. The only set I can think of that was close to returning your box was maybe Crossover Breaker on release if you managed to buy it for retail, and you also pulled 0 Ryuge cards.
I think it's just far more complicated than anyone wants to admit. It's probably true. I mean, it's just something that everyone has an idea of what they would like it to be, but ultimately, if that idea would work, is something that most people simply don't know. They just say, and I'm including myself here. Like sometimes I just say, like, I wish it was like that, but whether that would actually work for us, I don't know.
In the TCG, if you pull the best meta cards, you can get a large portion of your money back on your box. But in the OCG, it's not a question of if you lose value on your box. It's a question of if you're losing 95% of your money or only 60%.
Okay.
So if buying boxes is such a terrible financial idea, then why do we buy them?
Yeah.
To be honest, I don't have a great answer for this still. The reason I buy a box or multiple boxes of every set is not because I think it is good value. It's a small sample size, but I have some box openings as B-roll on the channel. For example, if you look at the Alliance Insight video.
I mean, honestly, I think it's just that people should be willing to pay money for their hobbies. That should be the reason, right? Because we've talked about it earlier where economically it makes no sense that a box on average pluses, right? Like that can never be the case, because then people wouldn't be selling those boxes for that price. That's just not how it works, right? Like you buy a sealed product, you open it, it loses money, right? That is something that it works like that for basically everything, unless you get very lucky, right? Like you buy anything these days and open it, it's gonna lose some value, right? Because you want to use the thing, right?
I opened 3 boxes of quarter century art collection at 350 yuan, or $49 each, and I got about $15 back from 3 boxes. You can say I got killed on those boxes, but I don't think that, because this is normal. I have spent thousands on boxes and to this day have never opened a box aside from the deck build sets where I got half of the value of my box back, even with QCRs pulled. I buy a box of every set because I'm essentially willing to donate to Konami every couple of months to support my favorite hobby. But I don't think most players are like me. People still talk about how much value they got from a box, but not really in terms of plussing just by trying to lose less. If I had to guess, I would say there are 3 primary...
This is, I guess, not an outlook on this thing that a lot of people have in the TCG, I don't think. Like, this is not going to be a very common sentiment.
Reasons, with the last 2 being a cultural difference. Keep in mind, my experience with the OCG is limited to big cities in East Asia because that is where I have lived. I'm sure if you go to more rural areas, then the situation is different. The first one would be donators, the whales. I'm talking about the people that buy multiple cases at a time. There are massively rich, ultra wealthy.
Donate is a wrong word. Yeah, I mean, not a great choice of words. Basically, what they were trying to say is they are willing to support their hobby. Essentially, mostly that, right? Because they're not donating, they're getting something back. They're still getting cards. They still get the fun of opening the box, the thrill of maybe opening a good, cool QCR that they were hunting for or whatever. All that, you know, they're getting all of that. They're not donating. They're just like willing to spend money on the hobby without expecting to get that money back, right?
People in every country. Maybe not as many playing Yu-Gi-Oh in some compared to others, but I can't prove if there's a difference between countries. So
which I feel like is like more, it's something that I feel like in other hobbies that aren't so in the like collectible space, I feel like this would be normal. Like, I don't know, if you had a different hobby where you have to buy something in order to pursue that hobby, like whatever it is, like when you buy something, you don't expect to plus off of it, right? Like when you buy, I don't know, whatever your hobby is, and you buy gear for that hobby or something, right? You don't expect to be able to sell what you buy for more than what you made. Like you buy a video game, you're not expecting to sell that video game for more than you bought it. Or you buy, someone said golf clubs, you don't expect to be able to sell those for more than what you paid for it. And I guess that's how they view it, right? Which, yeah, I suppose it's not in every aspect. It's not a perfect comparison. But to an extent, that's what it is, right? Like if you play Yu-Gi-Oh, you, like, for the most part, you are gonna lose money on that hobby. It is not something that you're gonna plus off of for the most part, unless you like put in a lot of, I guess, like work for it. But that's not really the hobby at that point. Like for like vendors that profit off of Yu-Gi-Oh are doing that because they actively work this thing. Like this is not their hobby. Their hobby is not to play Yu-Gi-Oh. Their work is to like buy Yu-Gi-Oh cards at like cheap and sell them for more and so on and so forth. But like the underlying hobby of playing Yu-Gi-Oh is something that is gonna lose you money in the long run. I think the problem, quote unquote, with Yu-Gi-Oh is not that it costs money or that it loses you money. I think the problem that we're facing is that seemingly other TCGs are losing you less money, right? I think that's the part where we lose, like as Yu-Gi-Oh, that's where we lose players, because they're like, okay, yeah, this hobby is just like relatively similar to like from the outside perspective, whether you play Yu-Gi-Oh or Magic or Pokemon or One Piece or whatever, it's the TCG space, right? They are relatively similar hobbies. And so it's just like when one hobby is significantly more expensive than the other one, that's going to make it look worse in comparison, right? And so like that's I think it's not I don't think we should look at making playing Yu-Gi-Oh profitable, because that's never going to happen. It is a hobby. It is a money sink. You know, you have a hobby that's going to cost you money for like 99.9% of hobbies. It's just that for Yu-Gi-Oh in the TCG space, there's other card games that are kind of close to it, and they are seemingly cheaper to play, which is making them to some people more attractive.
I'll treat it as the same for transparency's sake. The other two are cultural differences. The first is that it is normal to buy random products in East Asia, at least. I don't know if Southeast Asia is the same because I don't have a friend there to answer my question, but I can say for certain this happens in China, Japan, and South Korea. The West is in general very bad at monetizing this part of human desire. In a previous video, I said people have gamble culture, and I truly misspoke when I said that. It's not gamble culture, it's the normalization of the purchase of random goods. That is distinct from gambling because you always get an item from a franchise you love. I feel like this is true to some extent. I also feel like this is becoming more normal, I would say. I do think, I don't know if this has always been like this, but I do think the amount of people that are just like opening boxes, whether it's Yu-Gi-Oh or Pokemon or other card games, because they're chasing a certain card. Maybe it's also just because of like the internet being way more prevalent than back in the day, but it feels like that is happening more these days. Because like, look, it's literally the same thing in Pokemon in the regards that like Pokemon boxes are also neg, right? You neg on Pokemon boxes if you open them, right? But people still want to open them because they want to pull that fancy card they're looking for themselves, right? Like this is something that they are willing to do. No one is expecting all the vendors to open all the Pokemon boxes for you so that you can buy your chase card, your Rockets Mewtwo or whatever the most recent one is, for a solid retail price. You know, like no one or like most people aren't doing that, right? Like it's like the people that really want those cards are willing to pay the box price to open it themselves. And then it's not like the vendor's responsibility to get the cards out there, I suppose. You know what I mean? Where it feels like in Yu-Gi-Oh, this is something that is like that's the normal thing, right? Like the set comes out, everyone expects like all the big vendors to just rip open all those cases, and just everyone buys the singles. So maybe it is a cultural difference, not only just between OCG and TCG, but also just between Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Which I guess would make it so like maybe that's the collector thing, right? Maybe that's more of a collector thing than anything else, right? Maybe it would be less of a problem if Yu-Gi-Oh had more collectors, which maybe you can attract more collectors by making more chase cards. Or maybe it's just difficult for Yu-Gi-Oh to have more collectors because it's just not as strong of an IP as Pokemon or even One Piece. You know, those are two really, really big IPs that I don't know if Yu-Gi-Oh has the same level of collectability, and I don't know if it could have. I mean, maybe it could have. Examples of this would be gashapons or K-pop photo cards, various anime merchandise, and also pop-up shops. The last reason is that TCGs...
Yeah, I mean, I've been to Japan a couple of times. This stuff is everywhere.
TCGs are just mainstream hobbies in East Asia. Local game stores are already extremely rare in TCG regions compared to the OCG. It's not hard to find good players living in areas without a local. When I was living in USA, there were no locals within a 40-mile radius of me, even though I lived in a city. China in particular has changed a lot. I left China in 2014, but when I was a child, you had to go to 2 specific areas in my city to play, and now there are locals everywhere. Big cities in East Asia have a very high local density, as in 20 or more locals within a 30-minute metro ride. The plaza I personally go to has over a dozen locals in that mall alone, and to my knowledge, there is nowhere in the entire West that has that. There are a lot more...
Yeah, Akihabara is quite the experience, especially as a TCG player.
Games such as UA or...
This is unfortunately something that like we can't compare ourselves to because these hobbies are so much more mainstream over there.
Shorts that people play as opposed to Western countries where they are almost dead. Because so many players play card games in general, it's possible to collect players from other games, especially considering Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a top 3 most popular TCG consistently. And this becomes immediately obvious if you've ever attended an OCG release day. I work Saturday, so I can't get to locals early, which means I never have anywhere to sit. By the time I get to locals, dozens of locals are too full for me to sit down because there are so many players on new pack release date. So I have to backseat my friends' games instead of playing myself. TCGs are just very mainstream. I'm not the only one who goes to locals after work. It's pretty normal to see 30-plus-year-old players coming in after work. Or
why did you say 30 plus? Why would 30 plus not be normal? Bro, I turned 30 in less than 2 months. Why didn't you say like 40 plus?
Teenagers in secondary school playing consistently.
I'm sure your point would have been the same if you just said 40 plus.
The age range of the OCG is much larger. I would say I'm probably closer to the median age in the OCG, but I was always considered one of the youngest, if not the youngest players at all of my locals, even when I...
This might be genuinely just because maybe this entire TCG thing and anime and stuff just started a little bit earlier in Japan, or like in Asia in general, where like they have a little bit of a head start on us, because it does feel like it's growing, and it also does feel like these hobbies and the median age of people that enjoy those hobbies, it'll grow, right? Like, I mean, of course, currently there's not a lot of 40 plus, 50 plus people playing Yu-Gi-Oh, even though there are some, which is always cool to see. But like, the older we get, the more it's going to be normalized, right? Like this is going to be the older you get, the more you're like, okay, this hobby is not tied to age. It has nothing to do with, like, I'm not going to stop playing this game just because I turned 30 or 35. You know, as long as I'm enjoying it, why would you not just do what you enjoy independently of your age, right? In this case, right? So like, this is something that obviously it takes time. This is a cultural development. I think that like card games are growing. I also don't think it is a coincidence that other card games are spawning and doing well at the moment, because this is just a result of card games becoming more mainstream in general. You know, like this is a great thing that's happening. At least I feel like, is that card games in general are becoming more like normal, and it's like it's these days it is completely normal for even people that are older and not like 16 anymore to play a trading card game. You know, it's just like and why wouldn't it be? Like, a lot of people used to collect all sorts of stuff. Why wouldn't they collect like trading cards of an IP that they liked, or like
had left Canada 2 years ago?
I'm 16 match. I mean, I'm not saying like there's no young people anymore. I'm obviously always happy to see young people join as well. I'm just saying like the community grows, and like as people get older, it becomes more and more normal for older people to also be playing card games, which it should be, of course.
As a result, I think if OCG rarities were implemented in the TCG, this is what would happen. OCG rarities would cause box prices to go down. Then, a lot less people would buy boxes. This causes stores to lose a lot of revenue and thus either shut down or stop supporting Yu-Gi-Oh, which would lead to the eventual death of Yu-Gi-Oh locals in the West. Some of you may be thinking, well, why do other Western games not have this problem? What about Pokemon? Why is Yu-Gi-Oh so expensive but Pokemon so cheap? Well, Pokemon is the world's biggest IP, and it is also a more extreme version of OCG in the West. The ratio of players who buy Pokemon cards is almost entirely collectors, while the people who buy Yu-Gi-Oh are almost all players. The actual expected value on Pokemon boxes is trash too. It's an even worse idea financially to buy Pokemon boxes than Yu-Gi-Oh boxes, but there are just so many casual fans. Despite the poor...
I've heard about this. I cannot personally confirm this because I have never bought a Pokemon box, but I have talked to people about this, and they did say like, opening Pokemon boxes is crazy, Nick. Like you do not plus off of Pokemon boxes. The expected value when you're opening a Pokemon box is also trash, but you like people are willing to do it because they are chasing that high, you know, because they are chasing. I feel like the range of cards you can pull in Pokemon might be even bigger, where you have like at worst, you can pull like the highest rarity of a certain card, and it might be like $3. But then if you hit the, I don't know which set, I remember some of the most iconic chase cards in Pokemon, like the Umbreon VMAX or whatever, like the super fancy alt art, which is I think like 4 digits, and then you have like might be even more now. You have the newest set, I think, is the Rocket set, which has like the Team Rocket's Mewtwo in like a super fancy looking version, and like you pull those, it's like crazy, right? And so like people really like to open boxes because it's literally gacha, right? It's just like I think they put it pretty well, like the normalization of just like they have fun opening these packs. They pay for the experience, basically, right? They're not just like, oh, on average the expected value of this box is not great, so if I want this Umbreon, I should just buy it on Cart Market for $1,000. They have fun opening this stuff, right? And so I guess the underlying question is that just because it's Pokemon? Is that just because Pokemon is the bigger IP and so on and so forth and has more collectors? Or is it also partially because Pokemon is doing something with these cards that makes it more fun to open, right? And this has nothing to do with it's Asia right now, because I'm talking about Western Pokemon culture. In Western Pokemon culture is like this, right? Because Pokemon boxes are not good value to open, but still people are storming the shelves. You know, we've all seen the videos of like people running into the Walmarts and fighting over Pokemon boxes. They're fighting over a product that is negative EV to open. And they have like a huge scalping problem because of it, which is just another like topic, right? Which is that part is terrible about it, of course. So like even the Pokemon model has its own flaws and issues that come with it, but like the only thing that it doesn't have is the problem that the cards are not that expensive, right? Like the low rarity versions, because everyone is shooting for the high rarity versions, and there's so many collectors in the space. The collectors can then unload all those low rarity versions of cards because they don't need them, you know, like they don't care, because for like let's just say the Rocket's Mewtwo or whatever is like meta relevant, like the lowest rarity version of that thing is not something that collectors will look for, and like the collectors on the way to pull the fancy version, they'll pull like tons of the others, and then those are up for grabs, basically, right? So the question is, can Yu-Gi-Oh do a similar thing? Because I would argue one reason why Pokemon packs are more fun to open maybe is because they have a lot prettier cards. For some of these, you know, the full art thing. There's a lot of full arts here. Like genuinely, even on this page, I'm looking at this Noibat or this Furret or this Articuno. None of these are like chase cards in terms of the value, right? There's like $3, $4, $9, $7 for the Veilord or whatever. But like, I feel like if you open this, you don't feel bad about that. You know, this is a pretty looking card. You know, it might have some sentimental value to you because you pulled it and it's a really pretty card, you know? Maybe there is some more that Yu-Gi-Oh could do to make the product more fun to open, even when you're opening it at a loss. Because that's the thing with all of these card games is you are always opening this stuff on a loss on average. That is how card games operate. That's how it works. You're not opening Pokemon boxes for like plus.
Expected value, the demand for sealed boxes exceeds supply by such a significant amount that Pokemon even has a scalping problem. It's an entirely unique phenomenon caused by having
full arts don't fix the problem. Pokemon is just more mainstream. See, it's easy to say that, but I think it's hard to back that up. I think it's very difficult to reach a conclusion on this. So that's why I'm just throwing out some thoughts here. This is not like, I'm not saying like this would be better, this would work for Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm not saying it wouldn't work. I'm just saying like we don't know because it hasn't been done. Maybe it won't work for Yu-Gi-Oh! Because no one's collecting, or not enough people are collecting Yu-Gi-Oh! And most people just play it. Or maybe it would. Who knows? Like I have no idea. I have no idea whether it would or not. I would like to see it being tried though. I would like if there was something done in this regard, and just to see how it works.
That many fans.
You know?
Finally, I just want to go over 3 potential solutions that are brought up and why I don't think they will work.
How could full art be played? I don't know how they would make it work, but like genuinely, I think for Yu-Gi-Oh, of course, it would be difficult to still have all this card text. But like even if you just use, I'm just using the Raisin as an example because it's just on the thingy here. If you just extend the artwork of the card across everything on the card that isn't like the name, the attribute, the stars, the text box, wouldn't that be a dope looking card? Like you can slap a text box on an alt art, on like a full art, you know? Because look at Overrush Rare. This, for example, right? There's basically the same amount of space for the text here as it is on a Yu-Gi-Oh card. And it just extends past the borders. You know, there's no reason why this wouldn't at least be worth trying, I feel.
The first one is TCG player purchase limits. A TCG player limit will never be implemented in real life because TCG player would just be losing money, but it is something that is implemented on other online platforms. This is a change that would primarily affect the United States. Some expensive cards aren't Konami's faults. Historically, cards in decks will be expensive due to the substitution effect. Secondary market investors will buy everything that doesn't have a reprint for any deck that will be good. Think about Rosin or Trekt or Small Noir after reprints for their archetype. If Konami reprints almost everything in a deck, people will still just buy up everything that isn't reprinted. The way it works in China is that you cannot buy more.
It's like impossible to make like just a deck cheaper by reprinting one card, because it's just like if you reprint Engraver, the demand for playing Fiendsmith just goes up by so much that now Tract is expensive. So basically, they'd have to reprint everything at the same time always.
More than 3 copies of a card in a single order. Obviously, you can make more than one order, but since the margins are so small and you have to pay shipping on each order, it ends up discouraging a lot of buyouts. As opposed to the TCG, where you have people living the American dream buying 500 Dark Beckoning Beasts on TCG Player. Even with purchase limits, it's unlikely to help because the American consumers aren't changing. If there's money to be made, there will be buyouts, even if it takes more effort.
Yeah.
The second is to allow the TCG to use OCG cards. I've seen this as a suggestion as well, and I think it would hurt both communities significantly. The first one is that TCG cards would drop in value because a large quantity of cheaper cards have been introduced in the market, which would crash the prices of sealed product. They won't be as low as the OCG countries due to arbitrage, but it will reduce the TCG's prices. It's the same as the OCG rarity scenario. That's bad for the longevity of the game. The second is that the OCG market would get destroyed because our cards would get significantly more expensive if TCG players started buying them up. I'm not saying this from a selfish perspective where I would have to pay more. If the game were more expensive, I would still be able to afford to play, but people in Asia have less disposable income than many Western countries. The game in OCG is inexpensive compared to the TCG, but it's not a one-to-one conversion because we have less spending power.
That's true.
A lot of players would struggle to keep playing over here if the cards suddenly became a lot more expensive.
That is true.
The third is to make Yu-Gi-Oh more collectible. This is the best solution in my opinion.
Yeah.
But it's very hard to implement.
Yep.
There's really just no way to do that because the game is too complex, and thus there's no way to write anime duels anymore.
I think one underlying thing that is like, this is not something they can fix, but like, if you think Pokemon or if you think One Piece, those are two games that have one thing that differentiates them from Yu-Gi-Oh! In a way that they reprint the same characters over and over and over again with just different effects, right? That is normal. It's like this is a Pikachu, this is a Pikachu, this is a Pikachu. It's completely normal that they all have different effects. Same with Charizard and same with Monkey D. Luffy in One Piece, right? This is just not something that Yu-Gi-Oh does, right? Like this is, of course, sometimes they make retrains or so on and so forth, or alt arts, but fundamentally, Yu-Gi-Oh makes new cards with new characters, right? Like this, it's always new characters. It's not like the same character but on a different card, because that is just not how Yu-Gi-Oh works, like fundamentally, right? There's no one card with the same name as another card, with very, very, very few and niche exceptions, right? Where like one card is treated as another card, like Fusion Sub is polymerization or whatever. But like we don't have an equivalent of Pikachu, Charizard, and Luffy and stuff like that, right? Which I think that is partially also why Yu-Gi-Oh is not that collectible, right? Because of course, yeah, you're gonna say like, okay, we have Blue Eyes, we have Dark Magician, we have Exodia, which sure, you know, they can reprint a cool looking Blue Eyes every once in a while, or they can make like legacy support for the deck, which that is something that does work. You know, they do this relatively consistently and every once in a while, but it is not the underlying concept of the game, right? Where not every single set can have like 5 new Blue Eyes cards, because that's not gonna work. Whereas like in One Piece or in Pokemon, every single set they can throw in, if they have the slight feeling that the set is not collectible enough, they can just throw in a Charizard. They can throw in a Pikachu. For One Piece, same thing. If the set is underwhelming, if they feel like it's not good enough, throw in a cool looking Luffy alt art, you know, and it's done, right? So Yu-Gi-Oh has been trying this just a little bit, and I do want to say I think alt arts have been a phenomenal concept in Yu-Gi-Oh as well. I feel like it's been proven that alt arts are good. People want alt arts, and alt arts have the capability of providing value to the box, right? Like in Rarity Collection, for example, the alt arts, almost all of them are chase cards, and almost every single alt art, if you pull them in your box, is going to make your box worth it, right? Like the alt arts from Rarity Collection have proven that this is a working concept for Yu-Gi-Oh as well. So this is something that, for example, I would like to see it tried with core sets. I would like there to be chase cards like that in core sets. That could make it collectible. Those are arguably some of the most collectible cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is the really cool looking alt arts. I think that would be a solution to make Yu-Gi-Oh! More collectible. And I personally, I don't see a reason to wait with alt arts, because the way it's currently being done is a card is printed and then it receives an alt art like months or years down the line. Why wait? If you know that Diabellstar is gonna be a main character card for like the full year, and you're gonna make good support for it, it's gonna be a relevant card. Why not put like in Age of Overlord? Why not make regular Diabellstar an ultra rare instead of a secret, and throw in a QCR only alt art of Diabellstar? Why not? That could work. You know, I'm not saying that's a guarantee that it could work, but I feel like that'd be a pretty good shout. I feel like that'd be a pretty good idea, because then it'd be like, people want that alt art. People are chasing that alt art from Rarity Collection. It is I think the most expensive alt art in Rarity Collection is the Diabellstar. It was I think the most expensive QCR, maybe even in the set. That might not be true, but it was definitely the most expensive alt art when I looked last. And I don't see a reason why that wouldn't work on initial release of Diabellstar, and that could have done a lot of positive for Age of Overlord format, right? Because in a hypothetical here, right? You make the normal Diabellstar a lower rarity, so it's more affordable, and you soak up that you basically make it so that the box doesn't lose a lot of value because you implement the alt art as a chase card instead. And I think that, to me, that sounds like something that could work and could make it overall just better for everybody, because the collectors now have a really cool chase card, and the players now have a cheaper version of Diabellstar, which makes the game slightly more affordable. And then, like, if you find the right balance on this sort of concept, I think it could work.
If there's no anime for the actual game, not talking about Rush Duels, then there's no easy way to make it appealing to new players. One thing they can try to do is to make a lore anime, but I don't think it would work. I would watch a lore anime since I already know about these archetypes as an active player, but I don't know how many normal anime fans would watch a Diabellstar or a Visas or Albaz lore anime. And even if they did, how many of those fans would actually buy cards? Another way to make the hobby more collectible would be to make an extremely high rarity card to give collectors a chase when opening packs. Yeah. A recent example of this is the Magia, but not only do they receive negative backlash from a large number of consumers, but a large number of collectors have also lost confidence in high rarity current because of reprinting Starlights as QCRs. At the time, I didn't think
they haven't done a great job at at the collector front, I think, recently.
That big of a deal, but in retrospect, that's probably one of Konami's biggest mistakes in recent times. Personally, Ghost Rares and Old School Ultimate Rares are two of my favorite rarities that are now lost to time. But that is
I feel like currently Yu-Gi-Oh, with how it's been handled, maybe not even just like the last few years, but like in general over the time, I don't know if we've done the best to attract collectors to the game. Because I don't know.
It's just my nostalgia speaking, and I don't know how many collectors would be interested in a return for those two rarities.
Once again, this might be my inner boomer speaking, but this was actually peak, man. Like, and once again, Treeborn Frog, just to use this example on the screen here, it had a rare printing in Shadow of Infinity. A rare printing. It was affordable for everybody. It was an expensive rare. I remember. Like, I don't think it was a cheap rare, but it was definitely decently affordable. But then there was this version of it, which just goes so hard. Even until today, it goes hard.
They could also try experimenting with full arts or new rarities, but I have a hard time imagining a rarity beyond Starlight, and Yu-Gi-Oh is a hard game to make full arts for because text clarity is very important for Yu-Gi-Oh. I really tried to think of a way the TCG could make this work. How can you make the game cheaper, more affordable, and also preserve the health of local game stores? And honestly, I have no idea. You can maybe adopt some more of the OCG accessories, but I don't know if those would sell well because the accessories released in the TCG, such as the Hero Collection, do very poorly.
I think it's very hard to say. I mean, that stuff also just doesn't look good. Come on, man.
I feel for you all. I really do. Because I returned to Yu-Gi-Oh! As a TCG player, and I've also bought $100 decks. I still have my original tier deck that got banned and is now worthless. I do not hate the player base, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Is my absolute favorite thing.
I think we can all agree that the game would highly benefit from more collectors entering the space. If that's one thing that we can agree on at the end of this video, because I know it's a very controversial topic and it's very difficult for us to judge, especially for me personally, because I don't have that sort of economic background. You know, I have like just a very, very small understanding of these sort of concepts. It's just like I'm trying to gather, you know, some of the ideas and think about which one could work and which one couldn't. But ultimately I don't know enough to really say for sure. But I feel like if Yu-Gi-Oh was more attractive to collectors, that would benefit all of us, because that would mean more product is being opened, and more product being opened means that the cards that the collectors are not chasing for are available in higher quantities to the players, and that would make it more affordable to play the game, because boxes are then more fun to open, and that would make it as a whole just better, you know? So the question, I suppose, is how do we get there? You know, we've discussed through some suggestions here, you know, alt arts, full arts, chase cards in general that are more like, because of course Dominus Impulse is a chase card. You know, Dominus Impulse is a chase card in a Yu-Gi-Oh box. The problem is that Dominus Impulse to this day, it is the only accessible or the only playable version. The lowest rarity version of the card was the chase card, which I feel like that's where it clashes, right? That's where the collector's market and the player market, they crash, and it doesn't work out because the players need this card. The players are chasing for this card, and that's why the lowest rarity available is the most is like way too expensive already as a baseline, right? There should be a world where there is a cheaper version of Dominus Impulse, but the card that people are chasing for still makes up for the value. You know what I mean? How do we get to that world? I don't know. I don't know enough, but I don't know. I feel like maybe with a little copium is that they are taking baby steps towards that direction at the moment with the alt arts, but like we are also just we're way too far away from this at the moment to call it like progress, I think. Yeah, but I think full arts, alt arts, more chase cards, more fun to open products, right? Like, because if you can pull some really cool looking cards, even if they're not worth that much, then maybe it still makes it for a more fun experience to open boxes. But yeah, good video. I really liked it. I really liked the OCG perspective on things. I really liked how this got us talking and discussing in a reasonable fashion. I always like that sort of thing. I'm gonna link you guys the video in chat, and you guys give some love to Sunny, who's always posting some interesting takes from the OCG. So you guys go ahead and subscribe to Sunny. The video link is in chat right now. Do me a favor and subscribe if you enjoyed the video. All right. I think QCR Magia was a pretty good idea for stores, but people hated it. I mean, the problem once again with Magia was not that it was a high rarity chase card. I think that part was good. The problem is it was the only available version of the card and people actually wanted to play it. Right? If that was, let's say they went out and made like a new Blue Eyes alt art that just goes hard, like everyone loves it, and they do that thing with it, I think no one is complaining about it. Because that card is not at all necessary to play the game, right? Like if there's a new version of Blue Eyes that no one actually needs to play, and it's like $1,000 because it's so rare, then that's okay. You never even have to reprint that thing, because it can just stand alone as a chase card for that set. The problem with Magia was that, like, even though it wasn't optimal or isn't optimal to play in Blue Eyes, it was a playable card. It's not necessary to play the deck, but people want to play it. People want to play that card to test it, to experience how it plays, because it was a usable card. It was not ideal to play it, but it was playable. And I think that's important. That made all the difference with Magia. If they made an alt art of a card that just goes incredibly hard and they make it super hard to pull, no one complains about. I mean, people always complain, but like not to that extent, because if you want to play Blue Eyes, you don't need the fancy looking Blue Eyes. You can just play another Blue Eyes. There's enough other versions out there. If you want to try playing Magia, just because even if you just think the card is fun, not even if you think the card is good, but just you want to play it because you think it's cool, you couldn't. Right? I think that was the problem with Magia. Anyways, let's play some Yu-Gi-Oh! Shall we? New card revealed, if you want to look at that. Ah, dude, they really don't want me to play Yu-Gi-Oh! New card. Ooh, a new Regenesis? Hold up. A new Regenesis. I didn't know they were making more Regenesis. Okay. Regenesis Demiurge. Doom of Dimension. We have a 25/25, of course, level 10 Dark Illusion special summon effect monster. Cannot be normal summoned or set. Must be special summoned from your grave by banishing 2 monsters From your grave with 2500 original attack or defense, you can only special summon Regenesis Demiurge once per turn this way. If this card is special summoned, you can target cards your opponent controls and or in their graveyard up to the number of your banished monsters with 2500 attack or defense. Return them to the hand. Monsters your opponent controls lose 2500 attack during the battle phase only. Yeah. As someone who likes Regenesis, I think this card is very disappointing, unfortunately. Because hear me out. Regenesis is a deck that obviously thrives in a grind game. And you're trying to get things started, you're trying to get the game under control, and once you are at that point, your deck is really good because you have all those cards that like return from the graveyard every turn, and as soon as you have the game under control, your deck can really outgrind a lot of other decks in the format. Even in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, the grind game aspect of Regenesis is pretty decent. Two problems that Regenesis has. On the one hand, it has some consistency issues, where sometimes you just don't draw your good Regenesis starters, or you draw one of them but not together with another 2500 attack monster, and it just doesn't quite work out. But for the most part, Regenesis is like decently consistent. The other part is like, as good as your grind game is, the deck is just not good enough to get to that controlling game state. It is really hard for Regenesis to get the game under control, because your cards are all way too late game focused. They don't do enough immediately. And your board is usually just going to get taken apart, and you're probably getting OTK'd before you even get the grind game ability of your deck going, right? This card helps with nothing in this regard. It helps with nothing. It is not a starter. It is not a card that even remotely increases your ceiling on the first turn of the game, or helps you break boards, or help you establish a board that is harder to OTK over. It does essentially nothing for Regenesis, which is pretty disappointing. As someone, I really like the idea of like a deck that like tries to establish a field and tries to win the grind game, and I don't think Regenesis is like particularly toxic or anything. I think the playstyle of the deck is really fun. I would have liked to see another card that maybe helps you establish or break a board without being like too broken. And this card is just none of that. This is like really, yeah. It's to enable kills on turn 3, just irrelevant utility. I mean, the thing is, like, I don't want you. Regenesis is not even supposed to kill you on turn 3, right? Because that kind of defeats the purpose of the deck. Because that kind of like, that's what every deck, or like a lot of decks already do. They make a board with decent follow-up, and then they can win on turn 3. That's not what Regenesis, at least for me, was not supposed to do, right? I feel like it was supposed to play a longer game than even that. Right? That's how I feel about it, at least. I don't know. Because if I want to play a deck that makes a solid board, has good follow-up, is hard to kill, and then just wins on the turn after, I can just play Malice. I can play Mitsurugi. I can play Ryzeal. All of those decks already do that, you know? This does not even feel like a Regenesis card to me. I don't know. I'm not disappointed. I mean, I'm a little disappointed by that one. I was hoping for more. They need something to meaningfully slow the pace down, like a Regenesis nib. Okay, I mean, maybe, I don't know if Regenesis nib is the word I would use for it, but I get what you're saying. Like, yeah, I agree with that. I agree with like anything that isn't a floodgate to slow the game down, basically. Like, I would not like to see Regenesis being a floodgate deck where you win the game in the long run because you stun your opponent. That would be cringe. But like a card that does slow your opponent down without floodgating, I think would be cool. I agree with that sentiment. Well, yeah. This one is unfortunately not that. All right, that being said, this was a longer TCG yapping session than I was planning for, but it is what it is. Hope everyone enjoyed the little bit of a TCG talk and the Sunny video. Now we're hopping into Master Duel, and I do want to collect some gems from the festivals. I have already finished the Fusion and Link Festival, even towards the title. I can show you what I played in it. I played Fiendsmith Musketeer for the most part of it. I had a decent amount of fun. I thought it was a fun festival. I had a good time playing. Of course, I was able to play Fiendsmith, so I enjoyed it. So that was cool. But today I want to play the newer one, the U5, which I'm gonna have to make myself familiar with what kind of decks I can even play. What are the loaners for this? Just so I can get an idea. Sue Ships. Naturia, and Materiactor. Okay. Let's see what we can build. Let me get some ideas. I mean, of course, we could play Paleo, Naturia without Runic. Why is there no? Is there no Hugin? Dude, all of them. All you banned Golden Droplet. Dude, that's great. This is a hate crime. What the hell? Runic Allure? Come on, man. What the hell? Jesus Christ. Okay. 5 or lower. 5 or lower. What else can we do? We could do. Does it include? Is it just level, or does it also include link rating? What about like links? Like Masquerena is banned. No, is it no links at all? Links are banned. Okay, links are banned entirely. Exceeds? Exceeds are legal. Okay, so we could play Exceeds. We can build a Paleo deck, probably. We got Opabinia, we got Daddy. But I feel like if I do Paleo today, I'm not gonna finish. I'm finishing like 3 games. No rollback. Oh, dude, they just hate me. Someone just actively hates me. What do I want to play? Let me see. Obtained order. Sprite is kind of fun. I mean, we have all the Sprite cards except for Sprint and Elf. Dude, I have not even crafted a 3rd blue yet. I don't mind playing Zodiacs, maybe. That's also not the worst. Oh, look what I got from a legacy pack recently. Where is this? Augers. Useless Kozarata. Argostars? Oh, you know what? This might be the opportunity to play Argostars. This might be the opportunity to play some Argostars. How is the power level in this event? Like, are people going crazy, or is it like reasonable? What are we? How are we? Pretty low power. Okay, so then we could play some Argostars. All right, sure. I don't know the ratios you play on the trap cards usually. I'd assume this one's a 3 of, but maybe none of them are 3 ofs, to be honest. You put all of them in for now. Then we have Anguish Pattern, which we can't search. So we'll just play 3 copies. Then you make some glossy ones. Three purple, 2 Iteo, 1 Pain. Yeah, that sounds about right. Can I play Swamp Deity? I can. This seems good. Rhoda. Is Invoker here? Invoker is legal, so we can play Speedroids. Pierce Parth is in here, but I don't think we have the other. We don't have the other thingy. You are finished? If 10 or more cards then or effects have been activated during this turn, spare some this card. But set it once per turn when your opponent activates this card effect, you can destroy. Dude, I'm not crafting 3 of this. I think this is a legacy pack card. Yeah, no, this is not happening. Solo mode? Wait, how do I get it? It's free from solo? Oh. Do I get 3 copies? Alright, let's do that. Dude, I don't know when the last time I've played a solo mode is. Stories. Where's Eldritch? This one? How much of this do I have to play to get this? Practice. Duel. Here. Okay, it's not too bad. Cool story. Don't mad at me for skipping the Eldritch lore, okay? Y'all, it's something skill drain. I am so smudge at you right now. That's okay. Okay, I have to play the Lorna to get You're Finished. It's not that bad. Depending on what the opponent has. I think my hand is cracked. What the hell is this? I have Golden Land Forever. This card is garbage. Send this card, target a card in the field. During the end phase, Elixir. Sends one to grave. Oh, I get 2 elixirs now. In end phase. Oh. For this. Alright, sick. Dude, it's a mirror match? Goblin zombie. Why is this mirror gonna take forever? Oh, I can summon these. Do I have an extra deck? They gave me no synchros. Tribute Goblin Zombie for Golden Land Forever. Shut up. This is just the longest solo mode duel I've ever been in. I don't want to give him another goblin zombie. Order. Oh yeah, it draws for my own as well. It's just so... I am so annoyed right now. Dude. How is this ever gonna end? Oh my... It's never gonna end. Yeah, Josh, go and unlock You're Finished in the Eldritch solo mode. It's gonna be glorious. The hell was that? Ha! Draw one. Send a zombie from your deck to the grave. No. This doesn't destroy? Wait, why did it not destroy? Oh, this protects. Oh, okay, never mind. I didn't realize they summoned it with Eldritch. Bro, make it stop, please. Dude, I'm gonna lose. Why am I gonna lose? Losing to Grok is crazy. All right, come forth, Mizuki. This one. Who are Caro? No, thank you. Dude, I cannot believe I'm losing. It's so dumb. Who are you? Should have summoned it in attack. Make it stop! Ooh. I'm gonna summon that. I don't even know if it's good. Ooh, who are you? No, I don't want that. I want this. Oh. Tribute a zombie, target a monster, take control. Okay. Give this. I should not have put this in the extra monster zone. I am now realizing my mistake. This thing just doesn't stop, man. Leave me alone! Please! Jesus! I don't want to! Lot of prosperity, man. I want to draw a card right now. Shut up. I'm gonna send you for Eldritch. Fog. Come on, Shirley. Dude. Die! This has got to be enough now. There's no Gustav. Go. Yeah, okay, we have not lost to AI. AI is still not superior to to humans. We have not been replaced just yet, I think. They probably got like 20 graveyard effects now, so I'm not even sure if I'd win. I have 8 cards left in my deck. Stop! Thank God. Oh my God. Yeah, it was just Gustav Max in 2 steps. I am finished. Okay, now the thing is, I did this without even putting too much thought into whether I want to play this card or not, but now I will. Because there's no way I just did all that to then not play the card. So I will play it. I don't even know if it's good or not. I don't care. We are gonna play You're Finished. Play a Totem Bird if we can. I guess we can play Grampulse. What other rank 3s are there? I'm putting Boomer rank 3s right now. What is this? This is my primary deck for Worlds, Quantal. Deal with it. Redoer. Let's Xyz 3/4. Lucaris, why not? Castell, sure. Dweller. Might need that. Gossip Shadow, maybe. Cowboy. You could play a Zodiac package. Alucard. I mean, we're probably not going to need the extra deck much, to be fair. Exciton could happen. Yeah, let's play some Zodiacs. Sure, whatever. Don't think we're gonna need much of the extra anyways. Okay, so I like how we are summoning level 6 monsters, so we are basically cheating in the festival. Dominus? We could play Dominus Purge, I believe. Yeah. That seems reasonable. That's 10. Nah, okay, calm down. I mean, is there just like Ash, Imperm? What's the attribute of your trap monsters? This is an Earth, and this is an Earth too. So, this is light. This is light. This is light. So yeah, we can. There's no way Max C is legal, right? Yeah. I mean, I don't see how we can lose. I don't even know how to play this deck, but I don't think we can lose with this. Do a healthy Talents as number 40 and call it a day. Let's go. Okay. This hand has got to be insane. There is no way it's not. There's no way this hand is not cracked. So this, I already have the Rhoda. Should I just Rhoda? Or now let's go for Invoker. Let's see the Invoker line. Because I could have made Totem Bird and then just went for the normal combo, but I want to see how this goes. Okay, they have Ash for this, that's fine. Because I have this. And I'm gonna add this. I'm gonna normal summon that. And then I place 2 from my deck. And here's where I don't know what I'm supposed... I'm pretty sure this is part of it. It's always gonna be this one. And then the other one... red and purple. Yeah. Here. And then I think I'm supposed to... Okay, hold on. What do I have now? I have... While this card's in the spell trap zone, warriors can be destroyed by battle. If a continuous trap is in a monster zone, you can special summon this card as an effect monster. Okay, so I have to do this. So I probably discard this because I already have it. And I summon this. And I add any Argostars. I already have the field spell. I could special this, but I think I want this. Now, is there any reason for me to like summon this one out? Oh, I should have done this first, right? I want both of these to be in the spell trap zone or the monster zone? I feel like I want them up here. Bro, that's fine. There's no way. So I just negate the Arda now. Alright. Battle phase. I don't think I care. Oh, it can't die. Warriors cannot be destroyed. Let's go. Alright, summon out. Why not? Gain life points. Burn. Go back here. Activate this card. Special. Add this. All right, we have defeated arguably our most difficult matchup. I mean, we haven't won yet, but I feel like it's looking good for us. Okay, activate this. But no card in hand to discard. I think that is irrelevant. Summon Campaign. Okay. Yeah. Ooh. That one, I think, returns to your hand. Oh, another one. Okay. Yeah. It's a little nasty. I feel like it's fine. This was pretty good, actually. What is this? Target 2 cards on the field, including an Argostars continuous trap, return them to the hand. Okay, that's good for me. I have to unnegate these. Until the end of this turn. Okay. It's a little messed up that the first time I'm playing Argostars, I gotta play a mirror because I haven't quite figured out what I'm supposed to do yet. Well, okay. Do I have 2 traps in the deck still? I only play 1 Swift Campaign. But I think I do. I still have a this one and a this one. So we take one out this way, then we activate this. Technically don't need to do this. Yeah. Spin this. Attack for 16. I don't know if I want to set the second Iteo. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what we did, but we did something right in that mirror match. Not even close. I knew exactly what I was doing. The double swamp deity made it a little close. Phantom Knights, okay. I assume I probably hold Imperm for Bardish still. Is my guess. Search Silent Boots, normal summon Torn Scales. Yeah. Oh wait, no, there is no Bardish. Never mind. What do they do? Levier the Sea Dragon. Okay, bro is in 2012. Okay. No, you're supposed to draw this Speedroid. I play an unfair deck in my stream. Who wants to join? Me, actually. Let me stop streaming right now. I can target this, right? Okay, so I'll just imp. Oh God. Okay. Okay. Let's use the Royal Imperm for aura reasons. Shut up, dude. I can't even chain the other one. Man. They didn't even banish a Royal Imperm. They denied my aura. Damn it. It's not looking good. Yep. You'll have the fun of your life if you just try Paleo. I probably will. We can build it in a second. I'm gonna do this now, see if they ash it. If they don't ash it, I'll just make Totem Bird, I think. Yeah, okay, now I can invoke her. I mean, probably Paleo without rollback is like so different though. Like an entirely different deck. We can still do it though. Ah, never mind. Never mind, dude. Is audio on deck legal in Master Duel? No, they don't have it yet. Oh, sick. I'm not watching that. I am not watching that. I am not interested in no shark gameplay. This is what the last hand should have been. So here, can I afford to get the field spell? Because I feel like without the field spell, my setup is like kind of ass. But then if I get the field spell here, I just won't have Eteo? Should I maybe have gotten Eteo instead of the campaign? Maybe. Totem of Poor Normaling, Adra protects her from Imperm, by the way. I understand that, but if they Imperm it, I can just make Invoker. Because this detaches both materials anyways. Another one? Not again, man. Say it ain't so. Get negated. Okay. Bro, filtered by level 3 for sure. Or is this the loner? Does the loner have F-Zero? Yes. Uh-oh. F-Zero kind of cooks my setup, right? Because everything I have destroys right now. Like, I could negate it. Yeah. How about another rank 3? This is going to be the one. This is the negated one. Okay. Exceptional work. I'm kind of popping off. You're finished. That's right. That's right. You are finished. What's the title for this one? 5-star. Okay. Have they added new missions for the festival yet? No. Because I think I already completed all of the other ones. Create new Paleozoic. All right, we got time for at least one more game. This. All right, we got no. Maybe we'll play Picaya. I miss playing Picaya. I've never really played Picaya. The concept of this card is cool, though. So the thing is, without rollback, we have to be playing basically a completely different style of deck. I'm thinking we maybe we lean in more on this card. Magic Colloidal Sol. And dude, frogs. Is it time to bring the frogs back? Because Swap Frog does send this to the graveyard after all. I can't imagine it's time to bring the Dupe Frog back because we don't have. We do not have. What's it called? We do not have code. We could also, it could also be a Soldier Dragon angle. I don't think it's a Soldier Dragon and Frog angle. I don't think we can do both. We can do Soldier Dragon, Laundry Dragon Maid, and Volmina statue, or we do the frogs. We can try both. We can just switch it around. Let's play Vaboku. This is like old school frogs, except for the Karma Cannon. Ignore the Karma Cannon. Wait. They banned the Karma Cannon? Come on, dude. Links aren't even legal. What about Equation Cannon? Ah, Equation Cannon is banned too. Disgusting. Okay, what then? Impulse? We could play Impulse. I mean, yeah, Trap Trick. We can play. Do we go back to Lost Wind? Dude. Lost Wind, sure. Grass is banned, I think. Volmina. I mean, Volmina without Soldier Dragon, I don't like. Bring back Reckless Greed, okay. I'm down. Grass is legal? Oh, someone said grass was banned earlier. Oh. I don't know if it's... I don't know if this one is going to be 60 cards, though, to be honest with you. Rise to Full Height is, like, fine. Morganite. Morganite is fine. Dude, we might have to cut the Picayas again. Needlebug Nest. Needlebug Nest is a little awkward without rollback, right? Like, yeah, we could. We could. But should we? Because the expected value for a Needlebug Nest is not great. Because you're getting Paleos. You're getting Paleos, but you don't get a disruption from it ever, which is kind of difficult. Crap, tantalizing. Ah, but they all still play Ash, right? You played 3 Needlebug Nest back in 2017? No, I didn't. No, I didn't. We should probably have a removal option for... What's like a good remove? Is Ice Dragon's Prison legal? Yeah, okay. Let's play 2 Ice Dragon's Prison. Okay, we're cutting the Picayas again, as much as I love them. Mirror Force time. We could play a Mirror Force. I just don't know if... I mean, I don't know how much spell trap removal these decks have. It would probably be Storming Mirror Force. Ah, you know what? Screw the hand traps. Let's play good old... Let's play back in the day Paleo. This is not as important. I just figured out. Without rollback, this is actually not that good. Yeah, this works. This is peak. Rank 2. Oh, we can play the F-Zero package ourselves. And then we just go rank 2s. So this out some stuff. Could see me making that. Cat Shark. Do the good old stuff. This. There's not many. Onibimaru could be fine. This thing. I remember playing this sometimes. It just makes something 0 and negates its effects. That's fine. I'll play that. Oh yeah, we do need Arclight because we have the Sol. We might want the Melfi, which is a bounce, and the Arclight. Yeah, those we want. And then we cut Rumble Logos. Okay. Oh yeah, Shadow Mosquito. Oh, I did already put that. Never mind. Okay. Fog Champion. Hand's cracked. Can't lose. It's already over. What do they mean by this? Is this sprites? It can't be Yubel. Cease right here. It is Sprite. But they drew Swap Frog plus water. At least it was a Nimble Angler, I guess. But if they have a Sprite monster, we are in fact in trouble. That is messed up. I mean, the problem is if I Lost Wind this... I mean, I do Lost Wind this. But I just lose. 2017 deck loses to 2022 deck. In a shocking fashion. I think, at least, I lose. We'll see. Yep. Well, no links at least. So it's like gigantic into blue into carrot, I guess. Still probably too good. Okay, so that makes 2 Dark Beckoning Beasts in hand now. We also took no damage, and we have an Opabinia on the board to start the next turn with. I feel like this might not be as bad as I thought it would be. We're drawing 2 cards. Yeah, we get the Lost Wind back. No, come on. What? What the hell is this? Why is this here? Oh god. That's peak. Okay. This detached soul. I want to keep this around. Definitely grabbing, I think, Morella to get Paleos in rotation. Let's get this out there. And then let's do this. Isn't Reckless Greed terrible with Morganite? Yeah. I did not consider that. Probably should not be here. I just now realized too, there was a reason why I used to not play Reckless Greed anymore. I feel like there was one. Alright, let's take the Reckless out. I forgot about that. No, I don't think Balance of Judgment is good here. I think Hope for Escape is also not great if we don't have rollback, because we're not going to be low on life points enough. Maybe we just don't need another draw card. Maybe if we have this alive, we just focus on, you know, living. However, let me... Actually, we can play 3 of this, but let me play Soldier Dragons. Soldier Dragon, Laundry, and a Volmina. Like this. Trap Gatherer? What is Trap Gatherer? No, this card sucks. Titanocider? I mean, Titanocider is like so unbelievably slow because it doesn't work the turn it's sent to the graveyard. I don't hate it though, but like, I don't even have it. Maybe just get Dominus. I mean, yeah, maybe just play Impulse. Not a bad trap. Why Lost Wind then? Because Lost Wind is better than Titanocider. Because you activate it, it negates something, and then it immediately comes back for another activation next turn. All right, double Morganite is annoying, but we have Dynamishes to discard it. It's fine. What's up with all the Terratops, man? Gabonga. Okay. Duck Charger. Me when I gob. What the hell is that? During the main phase, Xyz summon. If you control a Xyz target effect, detach, negate, you can only... Okay. Wait, now I put imp... I'm so dumb. Dude, my sleep schedule is messed up. Now I put Impulse in the deck, but I also just added the engine that doesn't work with Impulse. The Soldier Dragons and the Volmina. I just can't Impulse now. I have to set it first. All right, what's their end board gonna be? Because if it's like F-Zero and stuff, then I don't think I mind it too much. Even set Impulse is probably one of the strongest normal traps. I mean, yeah, it's not the worst. The sleep schedule feels strong, man. I do. Oh, this negates spell traps. That's annoying. Yeah, my sleep schedule is a little messed up at the moment because of the weekend. Because I was up until like 4 a.m. or something. No, 3 a.m. on Saturday night. Which is not normally how long I stay up. Oh, Virtue Stream is pop too, right? Dude, I just get owned by this setup. I cannot beat this. How about Get Out in Paleo? I mean, I've played Get Out in the past, but it's always been too situational. Maybe in this event it's fine. Wait, did they not just turn off their own virtue stream? Target a fish, sea serpent, or aqua you control. Yeah. Okay. Dude, are you done ever? Yeah, they still have a Materiactor counter trap. Okay, now they have a bunch of monster negates, which are a lot worse against this deck. Olenoids, okay. I don't know where any of them are, right? I don't know where any of the... So ideally, I snipe the Materiactor counter trap. Then I might have a chance. Even then, it's going to be tough. Worst case, I snipe Virtue Stream. Best case, I snipe the trap, the counter trap. Middle case, I hit this one, which doesn't really matter, I think. Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh wait, I gotta remove impulse. What were we saying about worst case? Yeah, I mean, yeah. Exo Sisters, huh? That is also not a good matchup for us, especially if they draw like this. They don't have Magnifica. Oh, true. Right. I forgot. Yeah. No, of course. Yeah. It's too high level. Okay, that's probably... I mean, it's still looking good for them with this hand, but that might be more manageable then. That might be more manageable than... That's a lot worse, actually, right? because you just can't really. This is not a quick effect now. You can't. Yeah. Okay. No, this is a lot better than what I thought it was. This is like not as bad. You might still lose, of course, depending on how things go, but I think this is more reasonable. Would Exosister be your kind of deck if the main deck monsters weren't mid? I mean, if honestly, if Exosister's main deck monsters weren't mid, isn't that just Ryziel? Isn't it just like rank 4 spam? Which, like, rank 4 spam, I'm like kind of indifferent about. Like, I think Ryziel is fine. I don't hate it. I don't love it. It's kind of whatever. Goodbye, Olenoids. I lost 2 Paleos here, which is not pleasant. But Sophia draws a card? Yeah. That do. Hello. I mean, I guess I'll play. Bro, come on, man. I'm just being hated right now. I'm just being hate crime. Heavy storm? You should play Waking the Dragon. And then what do I summon with Waking the Dragon? I lose to Carpet Diem. I live, but I got no Paleos because I got DD crowed on one. Oh, it pops spell traps too. How convenient. You should put more spell trap removal in your deck. Because that'll make your deck specifically better just against me and not against everything else. This does not really get me out of it. I could have gone for quaking, I guess. Storming. But then they just don't attack. I don't know. If I draw the Mirror Force, it could give me an out that they might not expect. But, yeah. What is this now? Oh, okay. Alright, come on. Storming Mirror Force. Or a dead card. Let's go. Yeah, I'm not having a good time right now. I'm not having a good time right now. I think I'm just calling it. I probably have to play better decks, but I don't want to right now. Thanks, Backrow Hate. Yeah, I mean, the power level of the decks is not that high, but if everyone is playing Duster and Heavy Storm and draws them, then I'm still not going to have a good time with Paleo, but it is what it is. It's fine. I don't have enough time right now to build another deck. It's fine. Maybe I'll do another one tomorrow, or I'll just do it off stream, or I just won't do it. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah. This event is just Xyz event in disguise. It feels like there's a lot of Xyz going on. But yeah. Anyways, you guys. I hope you enjoyed the stream today. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm a little tired, so I'm just going to call it a day. Thank you all for watching. I appreciate all the support as usual. Hope you had a good time. And thank you for watching. Let me see where I can raid. And then I'll hopefully see you guys tomorrow for another stream. I'll send you guys over to Lampy, who is streaming right now. So hope you guys have a good time over there. Thank you for watching once again, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye, everybody. Peace.